and start contributing for better air, greener environment. The importance of good air has been an essential part of Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council's advocacy for over 6 years, along with good food and good water as preconditions for good health. To highlight the need for a collective response to air pollution and to bring together various stakeholders from children to industries, the Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council has embarked upon the Good Air Movement, a first-of-its-kind citizen-led initiative. The movement is supported by distinguished leaders and guided by leading luminaries of the subject. Through the movement and its campaigns, Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council envisions engaging over 50 crore people across India by 2025. The movement is gaining momentum with onboarding of various like-minded people and organizations.
Air pollution in India currently is a medical emergency, and we need to work aggressively to address this issue of air pollution.
A million voices strong, the campaign is working relentlessly towards driving education, advocacy and awareness of good air. Global health hazard, economy and social uncertainties due to COVID-19 pandemic made us more firm and responsible in our ideology. And we immediately felt the need of taking our efforts to the masses, making this discourse stronger. IHW Council brings to you the Good Air Summit, where ignited minds and leading experts from across sectors are joining the deliberations to find sustainable, actionable and practical solutions for the pressing air pollution challenges. With a vision to bring out a common agenda that invokes collective responsibility of all for making India breathe a cleaner, healthier air, IHW Council welcomes you to this critical edition of the Good Air Summit.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kamal Narayan, CEO of ISW Council, India's premier institution for health advocacy, awareness, and behavior change. And I welcome you all to this second mega edition of Good Air Summit and Movement. 1.67 million or 17 lakh deaths annually. That comes around 4,700 deaths per day and over 3 persons dying per minute. This is the cost of air pollution that our nation is incurring in a year. This data from State of Global Air 2020 report is for the year 2019 and underlines that the number of deaths caused by air pollution in India the previous year is around 500,000 more than what the most dreaded health crisis of the present day, COVID-19, has inflicted so far globally. Still, we might choose to draw a sadistic pride from the fact that it is not only India that is suffering, or more appropriately, is letting itself suffer from this deadly pollution. For across the globe, 6.7 million, that is 67 lakh people died of air pollution in the year 2019. COVID-19 that made many people term the year 2020 as an apocalyptic year claimed roughly 5 times lesser lives globally than the health issues caused by air pollution. That includes stroke, heart attack, diabetes, lung cancer, and chronic lung diseases. But while 7 months of pandemic stalled the whole world for many weeks in a row and changed the very way we used to live, with now frequently washing hands, wearing masks, working and studying digitally, reduced social interactions being among the new normal, and rightly so. Air pollution, despite being a super killer and an evident health emergency, did not get emergency response either from the systems nor from we, the people. A calamity like the pandemic shall not go waste, and it must leave the indelible learning that we must do whatever it takes to protect and promote health. And this is precisely what every nation, every individual is doing when it comes tackling COVID-19. But we don't see the same seriousness when it comes to our response to air pollution. And now, this is the time we must show our collective resilience and resolve to step up our fight against the killer air pollution and against our own habits that directly or indirectly contribute in corrupting this very source of our life on this planet. Good Air movement, of which this summit is a part, is one such endeavor that tries to awaken our common conscience to not only stop all that pollute our air, but also proactively contribute towards making every person breathe into good air. And today is one of those momentous occasions when we are going to see that the voices of our children, our young ambassadors for health and well-being and good air, the future of our nation, demanding and pledging for good air will get echoed and amplified by industry leaders, policymakers, influencers, and most remarkably, the religious and spiritual leaders whose call can help bringing that much needed behavioral change for ensuring good air by everyone and for everyone. So before I go ahead with the introduction of our illustrious and distinguished panelists this morning, let us have a glimpse on how this journey began.
आपने संकल्प कर रहे हैं कि मैं पेड़ लगाऊंगा और पेड़ बढ़ेंगे ये भी देखूंगा। जिंदगी में अगर 7 पेड़ आप लगाओगे तो आपके जिंदगी को लगने वाला पूरा ऑक्सीजन की व्यवस्था आपने कर दी, एक ऑक्सीजन बैंक आपकी तैयार कर दी। आइए हम सब शपथ भी लेंगे, काम भी करेंगे। मुझे विश्वास है क्योंकि आज जो मेरे सामने सारे छात्र हैं वही मोदी जी के सपनों का नया भारत है, न्यू इंडिया है। So let me welcome today's
very, very special and distinguished speakers and panelists who have joined us on this second edition of Good Air Summit, and to encourage and inspire all those who are watching it and all those to whom this message will reach to work for air, to work for cleaning the air. So I would like to begin with by welcoming Sri Swami Chidanand Saraswati ji. He is the president and spiritual head of Parmarth Niketan Rishikesh and one of the largest interfaith spiritual institutions in India. He is dedicated to the aim of serving humanity and is also the co-founder of Global Interfaith Wars Alliance, the world's first ever international interfaith initiative ensuring access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene. And we are deeply thankful that he has extended support of this institution to the cause of good air as well. We also welcome Honorable Retired Justice Sutantra Kumar, the former chairperson of National Green Tribunal and former judge at the Supreme Court of India. He played an instrumental role in widening the horizon of environmental jurisprudence in India, delivering judgments related to cleaning of rivers, including Ganga and Yamuna, lakes, air pollution, and Himalayan glaciers, and also managing the municipal solid waste and protection of forests. In keeping with the principle of effective and expeditious disposal of cases, Justice Sutantra Kumar famously disposed of 209 cases of National Green Tribunal in a day. He is also the head of our advisory board for the Good Air Movement. Thank you so much, Justice Kumar, for all your support and your presence here today. We also are honored to have Dr. Randeep Guleria, Director of country's largest public hospital and institution, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. And he is also India's most prominent face in this fight against COVID-19 and barely needs an introduction. His focus and passion towards promoting good lung health is exemplary, and this made him become the first Indian to get a doctorate of medicine in pulmonary and critical care medicines. We are honored to have Dr. Guleria also as a member of Good Air Advisory Board, Good Air Movement Advisory Board. Also, let me welcome Dr. Ajay Mathur, the Director General of Energy and Resources Institute, TERI. He was the Director General of Bureau of Energy Efficiency and played a critical role in mainstreaming energy efficiency. Again, a very, very important factor to reduce pollution by utilizing or using energy more judiciously and efficiently, making it a part of vocabularies of both households and energy intensive industries. As a key climate change negotiator, Dr. Mathur led through the Paris Agreement in 2015. We are also joined by Dia Mirza. She is an award-winning actor and a producer. However, she plays a profound role in real life too, as the UN Environment Goodwill Ambassador and United Nations Secretary General Advocate for Sustainable Development Goals. She is a committed voice for social change, conservation, and environment, and making them a part of her life. Thank you so much, Ms. Mirza, for joining us. Last but not the least, we are privileged to have Dr. Valentin Foltescu, Senior Program and Science Officer at the Climate and Clean Air Coalition of United Nations Environment Program, one of the foremost names who is vocal against open burning in Delhi NCR. Dr. Foltescu has frequently shed light on complex interplay of seasonality, source profile, and how those sources contribute to the pollution concentration in our city. So with this, we will also be getting a very special message and address from Honorable Union Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Prakash Javadekar, during this session. But before that, let me continue the tradition of lighting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom to make beginning of any initiative auspicious. I request all our esteemed guests on this to join us for a virtual lamp lighting as we believe it will enlighten our path for this crucial endeavor. And this lamp lighting will also be accompanied by the prayer recital by a group of very special children, namely Divya RP, Isai Arasan, Balaruppa, and Ashok from Samarthanam Foundation. So let's proceed with the lamp lighting. Thank you so much, Samarthanam Foundation, for arranging this wonderful prayer recital from such a group of special children. And now we have the blessings of Almighty in this such a critical endeavor. Let's go ahead with today's proceedings and hear from our panelists what they have to share and what we need to do when it comes to tackling or fighting this air pollution. So now I would like to request, and I would like to begin this session by hearing that what all causing that damage to our health. So let me request Dr. Vandeep Guleria to enlighten us on how this chronic and ever worsening problem of air pollution is taking toll on our health and what we ought to do to stop it. Dr. Vandeep Guleria.
Thank you very much for inviting me and all the dignitaries who have joined in through this Zoom meeting or through the webinar. Good morning to all of you. I'd like to take this opportunity also to congratulate IHW for this second edition of the Good Air Summit. And we just need to look outside to see why we need to have such a summit. The air quality is really something that is troublesome for all of us who are staying in Delhi. I had an individual who comes from outer Delhi and he told me the air quality in his area was being shown as 999. And that's not because it was 999, it's because the meter did not have the capacity to go beyond 3 digits. And it's possibly likely to be in more than 1,000 or maybe 1,500. But it was never anticipated that we would have such bad air that you need meters which would actually calculate or show the air quality index even more than 999. So therefore, I think it's very important for us to really understand why this issue is so burning and so really important. So the first question really people ask is, how big is this problem? And I think, as was already mentioned by Shri Kamal Narayan, that there is data now to show that this is a huge problem. If you look at a paper published in Lancet, which looked at the global burden of disease and looked at 87 risk factors for 2019 in 204 countries, air pollution was the fourth leading cause of mortality and the third cause for disability-adjusted life years. And this paper actually highlighted that globally, there's the largest increase over the last few years in ambient air pollution. As has already been said, that if you look at the recent paper which came out last year by the Health Effect Institute, the state of global air, it suggested that almost 6.67 million people die every year because of air pollution. And a paper published in Lancet looked at, in India, the mortality, and it showed that when we start comparing, we looked at mortality because of low respiratory tract infection, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and heart disease. Air pollution contributes much more to this than even tobacco use. We make such a big issue about cigarette smoking and the use of tobacco, but we really don't talk about air pollution the way we should as far as exposure is concerned. And we all know that pollutants cause inflammation in our airways, they cause inflammation in our blood vessels. And the problem that I have is we always discuss the acute effects. Pollution levels are very high, and our data study that we did over 2 years at AIIMS and other hospitals showed that whenever air quality was worse, there was a spike in the number of patients coming to the emergency with respiratory problems in the next 5 to 6 days. So this is the acute effect. But there's also a chronic effect. And that is something that we really need to understand. Whether it be COPD, heart disease, low respiratory tract infection, diabetes, lung cancer, stroke, or neonatal death. There is enough data which suggests that almost 20 to 40% of deaths in all of this is related to air pollution. Yet we really do nothing about it. And that's because it's what I call a silent killer. You have a person who dies of COVID-19, you will know immediately that he was COVID positive, RT-PCR was done, it was positive. This is a COVID-related death. But if a person dies because of worsening of air pollution and his underlying condition worsens because of air pollution, you have really no way to definitely be able to prove that. And because of that, it's creating a huge issue of people and policymakers sometimes not understanding the gravity of the situation. I think we really need to start working aggressively, and it has to be a sustainable solution. This is something that we see every year. I mean, this summit could be held last year and it would be the similar thing. The air outside would be the same and we'd be discussing the same thing. So what is a sustainable solution that is there for us, which is practical? I think we need to really start deliberating on this. What can we do which will really make a difference in the long run? Every year we talk about stubble burning in Haryana and Punjab. Nothing gets done. We talk about having environmentally friendly transport. Nothing is really done. It's still dangerous to cycle in Delhi. You may get hit and it may cause more of a problem. We don't have a dedicated cycling track. We talk of better public transport, but I've traveled in the metro at times, and sometimes you get pushed in and pushed out of the metro without realizing how you got in and how you got out. That's how the crowd is. So there are issues that we have and we need to find a solution. And just a few days ago, when I was trying to put this forward, one of the persons in that meeting actually objected and said you need to look at the loss of earnings and the effect of economy on those who are making crackers. And I tried to tell him that the cost of health is much more, if you calculate it, than of the industry which is making firecrackers. And you need to really look at it in a holistic manner, rather than saying that there will be a loss of economy for those people who are making crackers. So there is a lot of resistance from different quarters. And I think all of us as a group need to start working together, brainstorming, and coming out with a sustainable solution. And as has been rightly said, the future of the next generation is at stake because the type of air pollution that we're breathing is leading to retardation in the growth of the lung. It's leading to a higher chance of recurrent respiratory tract infection. And now with COVID-19, there is enough data now which shows that you can get more severe COVID infection if you are living in an area where air pollution levels are high. Therefore, I think there is an urgent need for all of us to really find sustainable solutions and develop strategies which would be effective in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Guleria. And very important that this silent killer is somehow, despite, as you said, that around 20 to 40% of deaths being caused by our very well-known multiple chronic diseases, is now being ignored or not being given as much attention. I'm sure that efforts from all of us may lead to have a better response from everyone, both from systems as well as the people of this country. Let me now, since we understand that what is the cost of the health we are incurring, and which is massive, much more than what we see from this pandemic. And not to say that we need not to respond to this pandemic, but at the same time, we also need to respond to the pandemic which we are facing every year. So let me now invite our Sri Swami Chidanand Saraswati. Swamiji, you are leading a global movement for multiple things, for WAS, for hygiene, for sanitation, for clean water. Air is also one, I think, much more and most important thing for life. How would you think that we can have a much more stronger, coherent response from all across for that?
धीरे धीरे चलाना, तुम तो बहुत तेज जा रहे हो. ओम असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमय. ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः. Being here at Parmarth Niketan Rishikesh, joining you from the holy banks of Mother Ganga, it is so wonderful to see you all, our esteemed panelists and speakers, come together for the Good Air E-Summit. सभी महानुभावों और श्रोताओं को मेरा भाव भरा अभिनंदन. Here in Parmarth Niketan, when devotees and pilgrims visit us in the lap of the Himalayas in Uttarakhand, they often talk about how lucky we are to have clean air, clean water, and clean soil. However, I believe that clean air, water, and soil is not a privilege. It is a fundamental right and an essential necessity. And today, we are racing towards more developed cities, but at the expense of our environment and our planet. It's so sad. We need to put the eco back in our economy. Economy. We need to understand that a development that undermines our environment, our ecology, is not sustainable. Dr. Guleria was just talking about this, that we have to have a sustainable solutions. It is not sustainable for our planet, and it is not sustainable for us, the way we are moving forward. During COVID-19, we have also had time to reflect that the pollution is caused by us. And because when we are locked down, Mother Earth can finally breathe, but this is not the solution. The Mother Earth has to create a lockdown. We are the problem, and we must now be the solution. Therefore, let us move from a greed culture to a green culture, a greed culture to a need culture. We have to ask ourselves, do we need really what when we go to shopping centers? We should not follow the greed culture. We should follow the need culture. and a need culture to a new culture. We have to create a new culture and a new normal that inspires our youth and our women to come forward and lead the way. And it's possible. I can see the power in our youth and our women. They all have to come forward. A new culture that is established on the mantra of nature, culture, and future. Because when our nature and culture are preserved and protected, then and only then can our future be protected. It is time that as governments, CSOs, institutions, corporates, and individuals, we must all come together to fight air pollution. There is so much in the world that we cannot fix and change, but it is time for us to work all together that we can actually charge and change and we can fix. मुझे लगता है कि माना कि इस जमी को गुलजार न कर सके हम, कुछ कांटे तो कम हुए गुजरे जिधर से हम. We can't make the world a rose garden, but we can remove the thorns along the path that we tread, such that it is better for our sisters and brothers that follow the path later. Our simple actions like planting trees on our birthdays, anniversaries, and special occasions, choosing to be vegetarian, reducing our energy and water consumption, can all be green and conscious actions we can take every day to fight and reduce pollution. And it can happen, and it must happen. We must all remember that we are not owners of our planet. COVID-19 has taught us that. बाहर सब कुछ खुला था, लेकिन हम भीतर बंद हो गए. क्या मिला? And this corona, the COVID-19, to me, is a great ambassador of Mother Nature that teaches us that we are mere custodian and guardians of this planet. Interfaith leaders and faith-based organizations have a great role to play. We are working with them day and night. And we all together must lead by example and sow the seeds of values that put prayer into action. Let our meditation, our yoga, our worship, and our prayers be one that actively makes the planet a better place for all living beings. Not only for human beings, for all living beings. भारत में वायु प्रदूषण से लड़ने के लिए ये जो जागृति अभियान आपने चलाया है ना, मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत जरूरी है, बहुत आवश्यकता है इसकी. मैं इस कार्यक्रम की दिल से प्रशंसा करता हूं. जैसा कि मैं अभी बता रहा था कि कोरोना ने हमें दिखा दिया, बता दिया कि अब जागने की बारी है. हम कितने दिनों तक घरों में बंद रह सकते हैं और मास्क पहने रह सकते हैं? ये एक संभलने का अवसर है. कोरोना हैज गिवन अस अपॉर्चुनिटी, नेचर हैज गिवन अस अपॉर्चुनिटी. अब नहीं संभले तो फिर बहुत देर हो जाएगी, अभी नहीं तो कभी नहीं. जीवन जितना नेचुरल होगा, नैसर्गिक होगा, उतना ही बेहतर होता है. क्लीन एयर, स्वच्छ वायु, शुद्ध जल और ताजे फल ये मिल जाए तो और बात ही कुछ और होती है. लेकिन आज उसी की कमी हो रही है. इसलिए नेचुरल जॉय, नैसर्गिक आनंद की प्राप्ति हमें प्राप्त हो सकती है, परंतु वर्तमान समय में यह संभव कहां हो पा रहा है, क्योंकि हमारे चारों ओर प्रदूषण बढ़ रहा है और वायु प्रदूषण सबसे बड़ा प्रदूषण है और स्वास्थ्य के लिए सबसे बड़ा खतरा भी. ये ना केवल फेफड़ों को नुकसान पहुंचाता है बल्कि मस्तिष्क को भी नुकसान पहुंचाता है. अभी गुलेरिया जी सारे नंबर्स दे रहे थे. He has given us the numbers. They are very scary. That's why we have to be careful. It is in our hand. और हमारी दूसरी बात, जो हमारी खेती है, हमारी कृषि है, वो भी तो सब इसी जलवायु पे ही तो आधारित है और उस पर भी बहुत प्रभाव पड़ता है। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि टुडे समिट इज वेरी क्रूशियल एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बहुत जरूरी है। और वायु की गुणवत्ता में सुधार लाके न केवल हम अपने समाज की रक्षा कर सकते हैं, बल्कि हम पूरे प्लेनेट को सुरक्षित कर सकते हैं। देयर कैन बी प्लान ए एंड प्लान बी, बट देयर इज नॉट अ प्लेनेट बी। देयर कैन नॉट बी प्लेनेट बी, देयर इज ओनली वन प्लेनेट। एक ही तो प्लेनेट है अपने पास, बस एक ही उपाय बचा है और वह है प्रकृति के अनुसार जीना, लिविंग विद द नेचर। वी हैव टू चेंज आवर लाइफस्टाइल। नहीं तो वो दिन दूर नहीं है जब हमें बोतल बंद पानी, अभी तो बोतल बंद पानी है, उसी की तर्ज पे बोतल बंद हवा तथा छोटे छोटे बच्चों को स्कूल बैग के साथ साथ ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर भी लटकाने पड़ सकते हैं। क्या ये अच्छा लगेगा? कभी भी नहीं। इसलिए यह समिट बहुत जरूरी है। इसके लिए हम ग्लोबल इंटरफेथ वॉश अलायंस के माध्यम से समय समय पर सभी धर्म गुरुओं के साथ इस प्रकार के कार्य करते हैं, ताकि परमार्थ निकेतन ऋषिकेश में विश्व प्रसिद्ध गंगा आरती में प्रतिदिन धरती पर बढ़ते वायु प्रदूषण, अन्य प्रदूषणों एवं उनके उपायों पर भी उसके जागरण के लिए, उसको संकल्प कराने के लिए हम लोग रोज आह्वान करते हैं, लोगों को इंस्पायर करते हैं। भैया जागो, करो संकल्प, मिलो सारे साथ में और अपनी प्रकृति को बचाओ। केवल कम से कम अपने बच्चों के लिए तो बचाओ। आज के समय में एक समस्या और है, प्रकृति और औद्योगिकरण, इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन का कोई बैलेंस ही नहीं है, इम्बैलेंस हो रहा है। इसलिए उसमें बैलेंस करना जरूरी है, क्योंकि ये इम्बैलेंस जो है, नेचुरल इम्बैलेंस, मानव समाज को विनाश की ओर ले जा रहा है। मुझे तो लगता है कि हमें वायु प्रदूषण को कम करने के लिए सरकार के साथ साथ गैर सरकारी संगठन, आम आदमी, पूरा नागरिक, पूरा समाज की भागीदारी को प्रोत्साहित करना पड़ेगा। प्रत्येक नागरिक अगर अपनी जिम्मेदारी और जवाबदेही को समझेगा ना और सहयोग करेगा, तो पक्का मानिए काम बन जाएगा। और ये बिना जन सहयोग के नियंत्रित कर पाना बहुत ही असंभव है। इसके साथ ही प्रदूषण को पाठ्यक्रम में शामिल करके मुझे लगता है कि बच्चों में भी हमें सोचना होगा कि ये जागृति लानी होगी कि हम अपने आसपास की हवा को कैसे शुद्ध रखें, कैसे इसको प्रदूषण मुक्त बनाएं। हम पैसों की, बहुत बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट बात मैं बता रहा हूं आज, हम पैसों की बैलेंस शीट तो बनाते हैं, ध्यान से सुनिएगा, हम पैसों की बैलेंस शीट तो बनाते हैं, पर मुझे तो लगता है टाइम हैज कम, समय आ गया है। अब हमें रोज एक ऐसी बैलेंस शीट, डेली बैलेंस शीट बनानी पड़ेगी जो हमारे दिन भर में हमने कितना प्लास्टिक का उपयोग किया, मेरी दैनिक डेली एक्टिविटीज के द्वारा मैंने कितना पर्यावरण को प्रदूषित किया और इस प्रदूषण को क्या मैं कम कर सकता हूं। जिसे हम अपनी दिनचर्या में ये शामिल कर लेंगे, अपनी दिनचर्या को बदल लेंगे, बात बन जाएगी। और इसके लिए किसी एक को नहीं, हर व्यक्ति को अपने विचार, अपना आहार, अपना व्यवहार और अपनी सोच में भी परिवर्तन लाना होगा और यही परिवर्तन सस्टेनेबल होगा। साथ ही सरकार को भी चाहिए कि फैक्ट्रियों को लाइसेंस देने से पहले कम से कम बाबा उसकी गुणवत्ता की तो जांच करा लो। कर रहे हैं, आजकल तो बहुत तेजी से हो रहा है। हमारे आदरणीय जावड़ेकर जी ने काफी सारे नियम बनाए हैं, पर मैं चाहूंगा इन नियमों का पालन भी उसी ईमानदारी से हो। तो मैं अपने देश के साथ वफादारी करनी है तो हमें ईमानदार होना होगा। प्रत्येक नागरिक को स्वच्छ पर्यावरण में जीने का अधिकार है, ये हमारा संविधान कहता है। उसमें उल्लेख है कि पर्यावरण की रक्षा तथा उसमें सुधार करना भारत के प्रत्येक नागरिक का कर्तव्य होगा। ये लिखा है उसमें कि वो जंगलों को, वनों को, झीलों को, नदियों को और वन्य जीव, जितना भी सारा नेचुरल एनवायरनमेंट है, उसकी रक्षा और उसका सुधार कार्य सबको करना होगा। और तथा साथ ही साथ, बिकॉज वी बिलीव इन लिविंग बीइंग्स, तो जीवित प्राणियों के प्रति भी दया का भाव रखना। तो विकास के नाम पे जितने पेड़ काटे जा रहे हैं, उससे दोगुने पौधे का रोपण होना चाहिए। वी मस्ट प्लांट डबल द प्लांट्स when we are having a tree plantation program. जो जितने वर्ष पुराने पेड़ हैं, अगर उनको बचाया जा सके, क्योंकि वो ऑक्सीजन देने वाले और कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड गैस का शोषण करने वाले बड़े पावरफुल टूल्स हैं. ट्री आर द ग्रेट टूल्स. इसलिए उनको बचाएं और दोगुने पौधे लगाएं, और जो लगाएं वो 5 वर्षों तक उसको बचाए रखें, इसका भी संकल्प लें. परमार्थ निकेतन में हम इसका रोज संकल्प कराते हैं. वायु प्रदूषण क्योंकि ऐसी समस्या है जो इसके द्वारा ही उसका निदान मिल सकता है. और भी बहुत सारे कारण हैं जिसको अकेले सरकार नहीं बल्कि पूरा समाज मिलकर करे. और इसकी मुक्ति का उपाय मुझे तो एक ही लगता है, समन्वित प्रयत्न, सह अस्तित्व, सहभागिता, जागरूकता, जिम्मेदारी और जवाबदेही. ये सारे गुण हम धीरे धीरे अपना लें तो मुझे लगता है ये कॉन्फ्रेंस भी सफल है, हमारा प्रयास भी सफल है. क्योंकि अगर हम सबको स्वच्छ हवा चाहिए तो अपने स्तर पर हर व्यक्ति को योगदान करना पड़ेगा, और यही एक रास्ता है, इसे हमें अपनाना पड़ेगा. और जो हमें प्रकृति से प्राप्त हुआ है, शुद्धता, वो स्वच्छता का वातावरण हमें आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी प्राप्त हो सके, इसके लिए हम सभी को अपने अपने स्तर पर उपाय करना होगा. कोई देखे ना देखे, कोई पुलिस डंडा लेके ना पीछे आए, बल्कि हमें अपने मन का एक दंड लेकर सामने चलना होगा कि नहीं, मैं खुद को दंडित करूंगा. हमें अधिक से अधिक वृक्षों का रोपण, एकल उपयोग प्लास्टिक का प्रयोग बंद करना होगा. आतिशबाजी जैसे इन प्रयोगों को भी ध्यान से देखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि उससे भी काफी पोल्यूशन होता है. और कचरे का जलाना है, इसको भी ध्यान देना है. ग्रीन क्रिमेटोरियम, ग्रीन कॉरिडोर, ग्रीन बिजनेस, ग्रीन इंडिया, ऑर्गेनिक इंडिया, जैविक भारत जैसे जितने भी कार्यक्रम हैं, इन सबको हमें अपनाना होगा. और इसके लिए लास्ट वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, इसके लिए 4E program. We must create so much information for those people who are not aware of it. Information, inspiration, innovation and implementation. इसे हम अपनाएंगे तो बहुत बड़ा काम होगा. दूसरा, हमारे पास 4Ts प्रोग्राम हो. 4Es and 4Ts वो है मेरा टाइम, मेरा टैलेंट, मेरी टेक्नोलॉजी और मेरी टेनासिटी. पर्यावरण के लिए समर्पित हो, बस यही तो चाहिए. गुड ईयर ई समिट के आयोजक और एकीकृत स्वास्थ्य और कल्याण परिषद, ग्लोबल इंटरफेथ वाश अलायंस, जीवा और सभी आप लोग, सभी पदाधिकारीगण, पर्यावरण, वन एवं जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्री भारत सरकार श्री प्रकाश जावड़ेकर जी, और आवर ऑनरेबल जस्टिस, ए वेरी वेरी ऑनेस्ट जज, former chairperson National Green Tribunal and former judge Supreme Court of India श्री स्वतंत्र कुमार जी, हमारी एक्टर, प्रोड्यूसर, यूएन एनवायरमेंट की गुडविल एम्बेसडर, यूनाइटेड नेशन सेक्रेटरी जनरल की एडवोकेट फॉर सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स की हमारी दिया मिर्जा जी, जो यहां भी आई, गंगा के किनारे झाड़ू उठा ली और खुद लग गई. हमारे डायरेक्टर जनरल एनर्जी एंड रिसोर्सेज इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ अजय माथुर जी, ये सब जितने भी, आवर डियर वॉलेंटाइन, क्लाइमेट एंड क्लीन एयर कोलिशन सेक्रेटरीट यूनाइटेड नेशंस के डायरेक्टर, और डायरेक्टर एम्स नई दिल्ली के, जिनसे अभी हमने सबसे पहले सुना, और अपने जो डॉक्टर रणदीप गुलेरिया जी, और साथ ही साथ सीईओ IHW काउंसिल श्री कमल नारायण जी, और सभी पैनलिस्ट. आपने बहुत बढ़िया काम किया है, मुझे बड़ी प्रसन्नता है, मैं सबका धन्यवाद करता हूं. परमार्थ निकेतन ऋषिकेश for this great cause is with you. Let us work together, walk together, and for the 21st century is the only mantra, the togetherness. Inclusiveness is the mantra. Let us be together and change our planet and charge our planet. Thank you, thank you, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Swami जी. धन्यवाद. आपने बहुत इनकरेजिंग शब्द बोले, बहुत जो आपने कहा कि जन भागीदारी और सहभागिता सबकी, ये बहुत जरूरी है. और ये बहुत जरूरी है कि हम इस धरती के, इस पृथ्वी के गार्जियन और कस्टोडियन बने, ना कि एक्सप्लॉइटर, जो कि आज हम सब जो रोल पे कर रहे हैं. सो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर वेरी वेरी इंस्पायरिंग एंड स्पीच फुल ऑफ lot of learnings and blessings. Let me now invite Dr. Ajay Mathur. Dr. Mathur, so we heard about the health burden. We heard about that why we need and may need to make that the eco-friendliness, the environment consciousness has to become part of our life, and that's what we have to, imbibe in ourselves. From the industry, from the government, from the policy, from the international perspective, you are, uh, playing a very instrumental role in all that. What do you, what would you like to share? Why this has become such a problem that we are not able to find any solution? For COVID-19, we had solution. We don't have solution for good air or for air pollution.
Kamal, thank you very much. Justice Swatantra Kumar ji, Pujya Swami Chitanand Saraswati ji, Valentin, Dia Mirza, Sadhuri Bhagwati Saraswati, it's a pleasure to see you again. Rajiv, friends. I would like to focus on the fact that thanks to Justice Swatantra Kumar's actions, we are beginning to see a glimmer of hope. I will still not say the light, but a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. I would like to share with you what my thoughts are today. And for the purposes of making myself clear, I will use a few figures and therefore seek your permission to use a PowerPoint and to show you the numbers. The first thing that I would like to say is that these are findings that are based on the work of my colleagues at TERI. I have also been honored to join the recently created Commission on Air Quality Management for the NCR and adjoining areas, but I am speaking independently of that. Whatever I'm saying are the results that come out of our analysis, as I will just say to you. The first point that I would like to focus on is that one of the things that we have observed is that in Delhi, depending on the month of the year, only 15 to 27% of the pollution is because of emissions that occur in Delhi. The rest is what flows from the rest of the NCR, what flows from the states upstream of Delhi, what flows in from the west, because that's the governing wind direction. This is an issue that I would like to leave with you as a message. But the second message that I want to leave with you is that this contribution has declined. This contribution has declined from about 26 to 37%. Remember, it's now 15 to 27%. It used to be 26 to 37% only 3 years ago. We have seen this large decline. Why has this decline occurred? It has occurred because of a number of interventions that have been carried out, and that is my main reason for thanking Justice Swatantra Kumar, who has played such a sterling role in pushing ahead the kinds of actions that were necessary to move this. I would like to argue that as a country, we have been devastated personally and as a country by the pollution that is there. And that has caused all of us to act. We have acted on our own, but more importantly, we have acted together as a nation. And this is the results that we are beginning to see. Is this the end then? No, it isn't. Because what it is showing is that while we have started working in the geographical jurisdiction, in the administrative jurisdiction, which is called the National Capital Territory of Delhi, we have not seen equivalent actions outside this region, but in the same air basin. And one of the things that we are seeing is that the level of what are called as secondary particulates have increased in Delhi. What are secondary particulates? When fires burn in Punjab, the paddy burning, there isn't very much pollution there. They are hot fires, the gases rise up, And as the gases rise up and travel, they go through a lot of chemistry. But one of the key issues in that chemistry is that the gases combine and they form particles. And those particles fall here. Secondary particulates are now almost 25% of the pollution in Delhi. This is a major issue. And therefore, what is important is not only that we address what we can do, we should and we should continue to, but we also need to enable a process, enable a system through which actions in other parts of this air basin can also be taken. I said earlier that we have seen that each one of us is active. It is not only in Delhi. We have seen this across the country. I will show you two satellite imagery pictures of India, and then you compare them, and then you put them on top of each other. And what you see is that we see a decline in pollution almost across the country. This is, what the satellite sees is something called an aerosol optical depth. And you see the aerosol optical depth declining in many parts of the country, but it also increases in some parts. It's increasing in the Punjab. It's also increasing in parts of South India. Our preliminary finding is that biomass burning is being replaced, which is why you are seeing this decline. But on the other hand, industrial pollution is increasing, which is why you see the increase. I think as we look to the future, we will need to look at enhancing actions which address both these issues, biomass burning and industrial pollution. So what is it that we can do? And this is very much Delhi related. We looked at the kinds of actions which give the maximum amount of benefit in terms of air pollutions. My colleagues run a very detailed model of which geographically places where the emissions are, including dispersed emissions, and a map of Delhi, and a map of the main air directions across the hours of the year, and then see what is the kind of pollution that exists in various places, where is it coming from. Very, very clearly, one of the things that we need to do is to phase out old cars. Now, BS4 is relatively recent. People will say, I don't want to phase it out, but believe you me, today, BS4 vehicles account for something of the order of, depending on the time of the year, from 12 to 18% of the emissions. This is large. We need to find out ways in which we can progressively see how they go. And certainly, I think we should have incentives for BS2 vehicles, some of which are still around, but will disappear very soon, for those to disappear as well. Because of the pandemic, and as Swamiji said, the pandemic and the lockdown is not something we would like to happen, but one of the things we have learned is to work from home. And at times when the pollution is very severe, to reduce transport, we should start thinking of working from home. I would strongly argue that this is an area where we should, each one of us, whether as a worker or as a supervisor, should encourage work from home under these situations. I would suggest that when the air quality in Delhi becomes severe, people should be encouraged to work from home. I would also argue that we need to look at the issue of agricultural burning, much more on this in a couple of slides. But one of the things that we could do is convert the agricultural waste into coke, torrefied agricultural waste or briquettes. These could be put into power plants. And unless a coal-based power plant within 300 kilometers of Delhi, unless a power plant uses this, coal-based power plants should be advised not to operate during the winter months of the year. This would substantially reduce the pollution in Delhi. The third issue that I would like to focus on is the use of gas for domestic cooking. A very large number of households outside Delhi, not in the NCR, not in the Delhi capital region, not in the government of Delhi region, but in the NCR, in Rajasthan, in Haryana, in Punjab, a lot of households still use biomass for cooking. Most of these households have got connections to LPG, but we see that the refill rate is relatively low. How do we increase it? My colleagues surveyed these households and found that there are many reasons, but the two principal reasons are: one, the household doesn't have enough money. And this would argue that at least at this time of the year, for very poor households, for below poverty level households, provide a cylinder or two cylinders over 90 days or 180 or 120 days or 4 months, provide one or two cylinders free of cost or at a really subsidized cost of maybe 300 rupees or something of that sort. But the second reason that we found was that it took 1 week to 10 days for the gas cylinder to be refilled. So if I have a gas cylinder and it finishes, it takes me a week to 2 weeks to get it refilled. This is very much like what I remember happened in our family when we moved to LPG in the late 70s. The answer to this is also well known. Provide a second cylinder. There's a second full cylinder. As soon as the first cylinder finishes, you switch over to the second cylinder. And then if it takes 1 week or 10 days to fill it up, that's fine. But providing this second cylinder becomes an important issue. We have another point that we have seen is that all the municipal corporations of Delhi have bought vacuum machines. These are being used on the streets, but they're being used more efficiently in some of the districts than in others. Optimization of the routes so that they cover the maximum amount of the street area is important. This is one of the key reasons why local air quality has become better. We need to focus on enhancing this even more. There are a number of other issues. I will focus on the fact that there is a range of actions that have been done. There's a range of actions which still can be done to move ahead. Let us look at some of those actions, both in the short term and in the long term. So if we look at the medium and long term actions, whether it is the transport or residential, or whether it is dust control, industry, power stations, in all of these areas, there are interventions that are possible today. They have been pushed. I think what we need to do is to make sure that, number one, they're employed, and number two, make sure that the kinds of challenges that are there in implementing them are addressed. For example, we have seen a large amount of time that it has taken for the thermal power stations in the Delhi region to move to the new and more stringent emission norms so that they emit less. But that has been extended. It has been extended, and now in the Delhi region, we are looking at December 2021, March 2022, and December 2022 for the power stations to move to these new norms. My own feeling is it is time for us to say that, Mr. Power Station, it is in your interest, your workers, your officers live in this area. It is in your interest to switch this off unless you are using crop residue based fuel. We also need to push electric buses for many, many reasons. Pollution is just one of the reasons, but these are now cheaper. Through tenders, we have found that the price that you pay for an electric bus is less than 60 rupees a kilometer that we pay for a CNG bus. We need to quickly enhance the capability to absorb and produce and scale up the use of electric buses. These are actions that will take time, but if we don't start them now, we will never get done. Let me end by focusing on the key issue, which is the biomass burning. We see the number of fires. The number of fires this year have far exceeded the fires last year. And the view outside that Dr. Guleria pointed to is a reflection of the fact that it has been moving in this direction. How can we reduce this? My own view is that we need to push in situ the happy seeders, the fertilization as much as possible. But our research has shown that this can at best take care of 1/3 of the paddy waste that is used. 2/3 is still there. What do we do with it? The first thing I think we need to do is to move it away, because if it continues to be there, it will be burnt so that the field is available for wheat to be sown. You have a 15-day window. In this 15 days, the paddy waste has to be picked up and put in storage somewhere. Huge challenge. So the first issue is we need to incentivize private entrepreneurs to do this. Private entrepreneurs will not do it if they don't make money, but I think we need to incentivize them, therefore. The second is, what do we do with it? I gave one example. Torrefy it into coke or create it into briquettes that can be used in power stations. If you also say power stations can only work if they are using this in whatever percentage, that provides an incentive for the power stations to use it. At the same time, they can be used in a number of other things. The biomass can be used to produce CNG. The Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas has a program for converting this biomass into CNG, which can be used for transport fuel. We can use it through, you gasify the biomass, and the gas is burnt and used to run a cold storage. The hot gas in an ammonia absorption cycle, you don't have to go through the compressor cycle, which needs electricity. Without electricity, from direct heat, we can run a cold storage. It works. There are commercial cold storages running on this principle. The key issue is banks need to provide loan for this, and we have to have skilled manpower to be able to do it. But all of this is predicated on the fact that it is collected in time, it is stored in time. This needs both regulatory orders as well as the creation of markets. Why is there a need for this? I will argue that because this reduces CO2 amongst other things, CO2 production, because you're using biomass which grows again and again, so it's net zero. But in the process, when you use it, you're reducing coal. It makes great sense to convert this into a market, have emission reduction certificates, and those certificates could then be utilized by people who want offsets. For example, the airlines who under the CORSIA regime have to move to net zero carbon emissions by 2024. I believe we have things in place. We need the kinds of regulatory and institutional mechanisms to make that happen. So that's our next step. I think we are moving in the right direction. We need to accelerate our action. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mathur, for highlighting so many technical aspects of this, the specter of hedge which we see every year shrouding us around. And I'm sure that, as you have already appreciated, that there are multiple actions have already been taken, and a lot more can be taken, and this will be taken forward by the relevant authorities. Let me now invite, and I think a lot of our viewers might be waiting for that moment also. So let me invite Tia Mirza now to share her views that how each one of us can contribute into reducing this air pollution, and also playing a more responsible role in overall promoting the nature, the environment, and everything that we have, kind of inherited from this mother nature and on this earth. So thank you so much, Dia, for joining us, and please share your views with us and with our audience.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. All the respected panelists have heard many of you speak, and I was actually thinking it's hard to follow up on so many things that you've already said, because you've established so well what it is that we need to consider, what it is that we need to understand better about not just the fact that we're breathing polluted air and how it impacts our lives and our well-being every day, but the actions that we can take. I think that Dr. Randeep Guleria demonstrated and spoke about numbers that should alarm us, because it is not until that we actually take cognizance of the fact that the numbers are glaring, they are extremely worrying, and have been affecting communities and families and lives for many years now. And we do need collective action to change this. I think the first thing that we will all acknowledge is the fact that when we started campaigning to beat air pollution, um, even before the Clean Air Coalition was formed in India, and the good work now also that is being done by the Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, and many other non-government organizations, and the activism that they've been doing over the last 5-10 years, there were many states and governments that refused to acknowledge that the air was polluted. And that was a fundamental problem. The big difference is that in the last 5 years, because of the good work done by these wonderful organizations, but essentially by the powerful work done by women and children, governments have finally acknowledged that the air is bad, it is killing people, and it is going to affect millions of lives, and it is affecting millions of lives. I think that in itself means that you have to be able to acknowledge a problem to find a solution for it. So the fact that this problem has been acknowledged makes a difference. Now, I know that Ajay ji has pointed out to certain solutions, but he spoke mainly about Delhi. I would like to remind everyone that who's watching this, because we are talking about acknowledging the problem, right? Um, 14 of the 21 most polluted cities in the world are in India. That means that not only is Delhi, but many other cities, towns, and villages are deeply affected and impacted by air pollution. And Swamiji spoke about consciousness, empathy, and understanding that our lives and our health are deeply connected with the environment. And I think that this is something that I've tried to use through my advocacy over the last 10 years. But essentially, that change in that understanding comes from experiencing the problem and understanding what it does to you and to us. I'm sure many of us have children who go to school, who have to stay at home because the air quality is so toxic that they can't breathe that air. But what worries me more than the fact that children don't go to school are the children who live in the streets, who breathe this toxic air year round, who do not have air purifiers at home. I think it is very important for us to heighten our levels of empathy and genuinely start considering long-term solutions. And those, of course, include solutions that have been highlighted by the United Nations Environment Program, but Swamiji also touched upon them, and so did Ajayji. I'm just going to remind everyone what those are. Switching to renewables is a big and a very important sustainable step. And I know that children have been advocating this vigorously, and I hope that children will continue to put the pressure on policymakers, on governments, and on industries to switch to renewables. We have to phase out coal. We have to phase out any industry that is emitting high levels of pollutants and switch to clean energy and renewables. The second thing that I think is a big problem that we do not acknowledge enough is the role that real estate plays. You know, we're not, when we talk about industry, we just talk about industry, we think about factories, but I think the real estate people who are building are constructing our homes and our buildings and our roads, and they are flouting norms every day. This has to be seriously acknowledged, and there has to be a very strong implementation of the law. The laws exist, but there has to be a very strong implementation of the law. These people need to be held accountable for the levels of pollution that they're contributing to the environment. They have to be encouraged to switch to greener construction models and greener construction systems. The third thing that we need to change, and we can change very swiftly, is the fact that we burn our waste. We talk about encouraging RWAs to provide heaters to watchmen because it bothers us to see that they are burning garbage and wood and plastic sometimes to keep themselves warm during the winter months, as do a lot of people who have no income, who live on in street situations. We see them do this. We want to find ways to stop that from happening, but we haven't spoken about the level of pollution that is contributed by burning of waste every single day. And I know all the young children who are watching this will do everything that they can to ensure people stop burning waste. So the next time you see somebody burning kachra, please stop them, please educate them, and please inform the civic bodies. Waste burning is a very big contributor to air pollution and soil pollution. Since we're talking about waste, I think this is something that many young children have been talking about and have also managed to implement at home. And I'm going to highlight this. We don't talk about the connection between waste management and air pollution enough. And there is a big, big connection here. We need to ensure that we segregate waste at source. We must compost our green waste, our biodegradable waste at home. We must ensure that our dry waste is segregated and is, managed better. We have a set of rules in our country on waste management. I believe with absolute certainty that these rules need to be converted into a law. We need a set of laws to ensure that the waste in our country is managed better, because the rules are not helping. And now, of course, with the pandemic, we've realized what a big reality again we are confronted by. We had achieved so much success in helping bring about behavioral change and helping people understand how they can refuse single-use plastics. And now the pandemic has brought in a whole new set of single-use plastics which people are using. Whether it is plastic disposable gloves, or the single-use disposable masks, or even the PPE kits, which many people don't need to be using but are using. They do not know how to manage that or where to get rid of it. So there's what you call biomedical waste, but then there is also a lot of single-use plastic that civil society is using irresponsibly and not managing efficiently. And when we think about and consider the quantum of waste we are generating, and the fact that we're not holding our industries accountable for the waste they're introducing into the market, but we're also, the only way we can genuinely make a difference when it comes to waste management is if we have laws. We need a strong set of laws. The rules are not enough. People are not implementing the rules, they're not following it. But citizens can make a big difference by segregating waste at source and refusing all single-use plastic. The fourth contributor, the fourth thing that can bring down air pollution considerably, is to ensure we increase green cover and we ensure that existing green cover, existing forests, existing trees are not chopped down and are not destroyed. You know, we are such an arrogant species. We think we can do nature's work, but we cannot. Nature has taken hundreds and thousands of years to do the good work to provide us with rich, healthy soils and water and clean air. And human beings have the arrogance to think that we can just mess it up and clean it up. It's not that simple. So let's, while of course we must be all encouraged to grow more trees, and it's a wonderful way to celebrate life and anniversaries and birthdays and happy occasions. It's equally im, im, important for us to protect existing biodiversity, to protect existing tree cover, and ensure that these are not chopped down in the name of development or growth, because no growth is possible without ecological balance. And there is enough science now that is accessible to young children and people. And I'm telling you, what gives me great strength every single day is to see the wisdom with which children are responding to our problems, because they have access to the science, they respond from a place of empathy, and they convert that empathy into action every day. And I meet young children across the country who are coming up with solutions, who are planting trees, who are creating waste management systems, who are questioning policy, who are holding governments accountable. And I think that this is hugely important to ensure that we move towards a more sustainable system that will clean up our air and our water and our soils and bring back the ecological balance that we need to survive. Because it's not a question of just good health or peace or harmony or progress. It's now a question of human survival. And I think we need to respond to our problems with the same level of urgency and empathy and efficiency that we would if we discovered that a member in our family is faced by death. Um, so, yes, these summits are important, these conversations are important, but what is even more important is action. Action is the magic word. We need to keep adopting lifestyles and keep holding polluters accountable, questioning, and yes, push and move for laws that are stronger and more robust and ensure the implementation of these. And I'm very sure that uh, whatever I may not have touched upon, Valentine will. Uh, and I can't wait to hear you speak, Valentine. Thank you, Swamiji, and thank you, Ajayji. Um, and thank you so much to everybody who's been a part of this summit. I hope that we can continue to work together to reduce pollution, air pollution, and environmental degradation, with the resolve and the understanding that all our lives are connected, and that when we work together, we can truly bring change, as has been evident in so many cases in the recent past. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, dear Mirza, for your wonderful insights, and also for encouraging, especially our children, to not only just limit with the awareness, but also adapt that those actions which are important to restore that harmony with the environment, and which is essential to restore all that is important for our life. Now, I would, before I go to Valentine to give an overall perspective, both Indian and global, I would request our head of advisory board and somebody who has actually led the fight against anything and everything which is not green, or which was hampering the ecology, the environment, the air of this, not only the Delhi region, but also the entire country. So let me invite Justice, Honorable Retired Justice Sutant Kumar ji, to address the gathering and the audience who are watching us.
आज के बहुत संवेदनशील विषय पर्यावरण पर
Distinguished and respected panelists, all the attendees of this webinar. Firstly, I may pay my compliments to Mr. Kamandanayan for having ventured into such a topic first, and secondly, for touching upon the class of our country, which is the material class and which is worst affected by the air pollution issues of the present day. I would just open my talk with one simple sentence, that we cannot think of environment in state terms, in terms of multi-state, or even at the national level. When we talk of environment, and particularly air pollution, it has to be a global thinking. You may try to remedy at your national levels, but your approach has to be global. I would just give you 3 instances which came across in my career when I was dealing with the air pollution matters with regard to severity and bad adverse health impacts on the humanity. You know, one, ARD just pointed out the relevancy of municipal solid waste in relation to air pollution. Well, I would definitely like to inform that we have enough laws. We don't need laws in our country. What we need is what she said, is the action is the key word. That I do agree. Laws, I think there are innumerable laws in our country and globally which relate to prevention and control of air pollution. So municipal solid waste relevancy, why I'm giving you this example which came across in a matter before me, because it is fundamentally an economic issue. See, the health priority would be a matter of consideration for somebody after he has earned the bread for the day. Now, plastic burning, who doesn't know that it is cancerous? Who doesn't know that it's going to cause you death right in your face? But those young boys collect plastic all over the city from the trains. And then what happens is you have 3 classes of plastics. You have first class of plastic, which you know will generate money for you. Second is which may get you some money, but not the rightful amount. And third is which is totally wasted and it's a liability. For him, that young boy who has to earn his livelihood by the evening, maybe even for his family. So what does he do? What he does is, saleable he sells, reducible saleable he tries to part away, but the rest which remains with him as a junk, he has no time, he has no utility for himself, that he carries it out, takes to a factory which deals with the plastic waste, channelization and treatment, and therefore take that precaution, because that is what you call doctrine of precaution in the jurisprudence of environment. So what he does is he burns that plastic, straight and simple. So he's made his money. The damage he had to do is too. Now what do we do? That's the question. Now you know, therefore, when we say that we should determine the sources of pollution, and when you determine the sources of pollution, you must find out and dissect your action into 2 parts. One is the end product, prevention and precautions, and right at the source. So this is a matter which files for precautions at the source. What you need to do is that if he sells out the saleable plastic, which is recyclable, that's fair, let him do it. But the part which he wants to burn, you should have a system. Either the state government should do it, NGOs should do it, societies should do it, and as it was pointed out, RWAs may do it. They should immediately pick that plastic up. Because see, let me tell you, I hope these young children do understand what law is. See, our country is the best country in the world who has placed environment constitutionally at such a pedestal that it has a constitutional obligation on the citizens, constitutional duty on the state, and Article 21 by judicial creativity was increased to say right to decent and clean environment is a fundamental right free of restriction, because Article 21 is free of restriction. Therefore, if that is the constitutional status, then why can't everybody get together? And we will have to work together and work together as citizens, as local authorities, as state government, central government, and the municipalities, and most importantly, the panchayat, because we are a rural state nation. We are not an urban nation. Now, the second thing which I wanted to tell you was that, the Central Pollution Control Board, the highest body of our pollution control system in the country, when these trucks, vehicular traffic pollution levels were being checked, they had no instrument that they could check the pollution of a running vehicle. Now see, the moment the vehicle is stationary, its pollution levels will straight away come down. They may be absolutely normal. But what mistake the people do in our country is they overload those trucks, and they overload to the extent that emissions go totally haywire. But unfortunately, the Pollution Control Board had no mechanism to measure the basic parameters of CO2, NOxes, or other parameters. So what we need to do is bring our technologies right up to a source where we can correct without default all these matters. The thirdly, which was very interesting for me to see, was that Dr. Trehan had sent me a video when I was doing that case, and I think I should compliment him for what he did. He had done 2 open heart surgeries. One open heart surgery was done on a patient from Delhi, other was done from a patient from Himachal. Then he sent me the picture of the lungs, both lungs of the patients. The lung of the Himachal patient was pink, while of Delhi patient, it was black. So that was the living standard over which you have no idea what is happening to your health. As Justice Guleria just now pointed out, that you may not be able to see it. You can only see it after damage is done beyond a particular limit or a repair. So therefore, what we need to do is that we should become very, very health conscious, leading to environmental clearances. Now, I tell you, this is a topic which you can probably deliberate upon for hours together. And I'm sure, like Swamiji said it, Mr. Ajay has said it, Dr. Guleria said it, and I'm sure the other experts would also throw light on it. See, the statistics data is not in dispute. And everybody knows lakhs are dying. Question is that what collective steps as a nation we are going to take in consonance with our international commitments to make sure that we are able to protect air pollution. Now, Mr. Ajay was talking about the crop residue burning. Now, crop residue burning has more solution than what is pointed. It can be, as pointed out, a source of fuel for the thermal plants. Fair enough. But at the same time, you can generate boards out of it. You can do woodwork out of it. It can be utilized for framing of a lot of things. So there was an order prepared And that order said that you have to have procured the crop residue from the farmer's field itself. See, even if you give him 10 pesos for it, he will be happy. He will not like to burn. But if you have no mechanism in place which will assist those particular small field owner farmers so that they can deal with the residue, you cannot blame them indefinitely. And let's say there's a farmer of 2 acres or 3 acres. He burns the crop residue. You want to find him crore. What will you do? Where will he get the crore from? You can send him to jail if you want him to. So you ruin his family also. So, you have to find out solutions which are practical, pragmatic, and holistic. And I would definitely agree with Swamiji when he said that it is the duty you must take. Prevention, precaution, and environmental protection as your holy duty. Duty consciousness will bring the cause to a next level and pedestrian. Now just let's look at, I don't say that there is not any problem is unsolvable. See, the God is so kind to us that he gives us reasons, solutions for every problem that we humanity create for ourselves. So I do not believe that the pollution, air pollution problem is irresolvable or you cannot do it. You need to do it. Now let's say there are 3 agencies. That is the regulatory agency, policymakers, and the citizens. They have different functions to do with regard to environment. If all of them get together and they resolve, and we are a country highly populated in the world. If we decide to do something, I wonder anything can stop us. And our, heritage is so rich. We are worshippers of rivers, we are worshippers of trees, we are worshippers of mountains, we are worshippers of animals. And so why can't we protect all of them? And I have a very strong view on this matter, that the concept of tree plantation is being misunderstood in the modern times, absolutely. It doesn't mean that you will plant some, 1 lakh trees and you have a right to cut 10 lakhs of old 50 years trees. This is totally violation of precautionary principle. It is unsustainable. It is impossible that what those 50,000 old trees will do, 1 lakh new planted trees can ever do. It will be a gap of 20 years, 25 years, 30 years. So for those 25 years, you have created a vacuum. In that vacuum, the people who are going to suffer is the common man on the earth. You may be traveling in a Mercedes, you may be traveling in anything, you may be living in a 7-storied house, but you do need clean air to breathe. The moment you will get down from your car, you need to breathe pure and simple air, which is God's gift, which is nature's gift. It is not a creation of a human being. So firstly, I would definitely say that these all 3 agencies should have a compatibility of functioning in achieving the objects of air pollution control. They must adopt due technologies across the world which will prevent, and it may be seriously thought of whether what we are calling today as a clean source of energy, that is the wind power or the solar power. I was told that solar panel itself is going to become a huge source of pollution by the passage of time. And the solar remnant of a solar panel are hardly treatable. They cannot be disposed of. It is like plastic, which take 20 years to dismantle or to absorb. So when we are talking of clean energy, we must also think that how far we will be able to take it. We should surely make it, that's why the environmental jurisprudence across the globe is based on 3 principles. That is the precautionary principle, polluter pays principle, and the sustainable development. Now you have to combine these three doctrines to make anything worthy so that you do not cause irreparable and absolute loss to the nature. And then you can also see that the basic thing is we should have the line between environmental sensitivity and environmental insensitivity is a very thin one. It's a very fine distinction between the two. What appears to be sensitive may in fact be very insensitive to environment. So we have to approach a very strong sustainable development approach. Otherwise, disasters are there. What happened in Uttarakhand, what happened in Simla, what has happened in Himachal Pradesh, what is happening across when we get the cyclones. This all is indicative of that don't tinkle with nature too much, because Mother Nature once gives you back, you have no power to tolerate it. Mother Nature absorbs a lot, but don't misuse the power or the depth of Mother Nature to absorb your unnecessary interference with the natural resources. Lastly, I would only say one thing, that education to create environmental consciousness, environmental awareness, and benefits of environmental protection is very essential. It must be done at the school level, at the primary level, at the law colleges level. I was very happy to note I happened to be on the advisory board of a university in Chandigarh. I was very happy the day they passed a resolution on my request that environmental sciences would be taught as a subject across the board in all disciplines. Even if you are an engineer, you will learn environment. If you are an MBA, you will learn environment. If you are a commerce student, you will learn environment. And if you are a scientist, you will learn environment. And if you are a hotelier, MBA, you will learn. So purpose is to create environmental awareness. And I hope, and I do agree with all the eminent speakers that we all need to work together as a team. Not today, not tomorrow, not for years, but for infinite times, to ensure that we do respect Mother Nature and provide our children on the principle of intergenerational equity, clean air, clean water, so that they don't have to lock themselves into the room and waste their infant time. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Justice Kumar, for your wonderful, insightful address. And as you said, that the actions for cleaning the air, protecting the environment may be local, but we need to have a global approach. So let me now then invite Mr. Valentin Foltescu to share with us that what is the the global environmental perspective and how we as a nation can live up to that and ensure that while we clean our own air, we also contribute to the global well-being of the environment.
Thank you so much, and I would like to thank my co-panelists and all the distinguished guests and all the participants, everyone present here. I thank you for welcoming me to this day to talk about good air, and this is something that I would like to share with you. Is a big dedication that we have in the UN Environment Program, as well as the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, to making India breathe. This is our commitment. It will not happen overnight, but we hope it will happen over a course of several years. So thank you, Dia. Thank you all my co-panelists for your messages. They were all very, very inspirational. And also, I concur to the conclusion that implementation is actually here the challenge, that we do have a lot of laws and we need to implement better. And this situation is not only India, it's everywhere in the world. Now, how do we support that implementation? And what I would like to do here is to actually walk you through our action portfolio so that you can see what are the tangible things that we are trying to do to support implementation and to bring back those blue skies that we saw during the lockdown conditions. So the United Nations Environment Programme and the Climate and Clean Air Coalition have a presence here in India to support the country's efforts to tackle its serious air pollution problem. And a manifestation of that, today we have air pollution levels which are almost 30 times the recommended value in Delhi. This is quite alarming. So how do we go about to support the implementation? We are talking about a global approach to local needs again, and it has to be a multi-pronged approach with multiple layers of governments involved, multiple sectors, and of course the citizens. So let me go through what we are doing in UNEP and CCAC. It has been mentioned that plastic is a problem and there is a link to air pollution. Actually, UNEP is making that link, supporting plastic waste management to prevent pollution to air, water, and soil by hotspot mapping for plastic pollution cleanups and awareness campaigns. UNEP is also supporting clean air action in cities and states. Agra is the most prominent example where we have invested most so far. We are doing that by assessments of key pollution sources, capacity building and training, demonstration of policy recommendations, and again, awareness and mobilization of partnerships for interventions. UNEP is supporting the UP transition to e-mobility and of course to enable clean and reliable electricity, also through mini and microgrids to livelihoods of people. And in this case, it is a support to 100 pilot villages to be eventually scaled up to 10,000 villages in a partnership mode. We are starting small, but we are aiming big, and with a lot of contributions from other partners, we can reach to that scale. UNEP is also supporting the environment and health ministries in coordinating the environment and health initiatives. And the actual priorities of this initiative is air pollution and human health, climate change, and COVID response with respect to biomedical waste management, but also antimicrobial resistance. In India, as we have learned today also, there is a lot of enthusiasm that is shown by faith-based organizations that come together for the cause of environmental action. And this has also motivated UNEP to come up with a strategy and a plan to work with faith-based organizations in a more structured and systematic manner for the cause of environmental protection. UNEP, jointly with the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, have also proposed an air quality action forum to achieve a full coordination of national and international support to mitigate air pollution and to catalyze additional support by also linking to climate change mitigation. Also, UNEP and CCAC together will pilot a regular report for regular or annual dissemination about the air quality in India. That will present an overview and an analysis of air quality in India. It will be using quality assured data from official data sources in conjunction with anthropogenic emissions and their trends. So it's not only air quality, it's also air pollutant emissions. And we are also aiming at closing the gap between air quality and its links to climate change and demonstrating what can be done to reach better air, but by also reaching ultimately also other benefits or multiple benefits like climate change, and also develop sustainable development goals. And we will do this in a COVID-19 recovery context. CCAC has traditionally run projects in India, for instance, in the Punjab region, to facilitate the adoption of open burning alternatives, we have been supporting the development of integrated strategies to reduce crop residue burning, but also reforming the brick sector, which is an important sector that can be cleaned, can become greener. And the importance here that we have recognized is the skill development and also the promoting of research and development. CCAC, the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, will also work in India on identification and embedding of mitigation opportunities for short-lived climate pollutants. Short-lived climate pollutants are actually the common denominator between air pollution and climate change. In short, if you reduce the emission of short-lived climate pollutants, such as methane and black carbon, you will get both cleaner air and a smaller impact on climate change. So our goal is a thriving market for solutions, as have been mentioned here before, that lead to significantly lower emissions of traditional air pollutants, but also of short-lived climate pollutants and their co-emitted pollutants, to deliver sustained impacts on health and also climate. So, ladies and gentlemen, my message today, before ending, is that air pollution and climate change are intrinsically linked through the emitting sectors and sources, and they should be addressed together rather than in isolation. So for this, we are working together with UNEP and the Climate and Clean Air Coalition to solve air pollution and climate change, which are the world's largest environmental and health threats. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Poltescu, for your detailing that what all UNEP is doing, and definitely clean air has to be, or the air pollution agenda has to be linked with the climate change agenda, and then only we can work and have a better outcome. So now we are running terribly late, and I'm sorry to all the stakeholders for that. The kids also have joined us, and they are also waiting, but now this is the time. So I would like to tell all our panelists and all our audience that children are the center of our good air movement. We at ISW Council, while are advocating for actions which need to be taken by the government agencies, by regulatory, by the policy makers, we also firmly believe that as Justice Swatantra Kumar mentioned, that citizens are the third agency in this whole framework. We do believe, and we are of firm belief, that citizens have to play a very, very important and responsible role, and for that children can be the biggest ambassador for it, to bring that behavioral change not only in our next generation but also in our present generation. So for this, we have been working in the last 1 year and more than that, and we have touched around 2 lakh children. We have educated, and we have kind of tried to bring them and make them part of this good air movement. And today we have got 5 of the representatives of these children who are also going to take pledge to spread this awareness to many others, in their schools, in their societies. And these children will also then pass on the message to the next set of people. So I would request Pujya Swamiji, Honorable Justice Swatantra Kumar, and also the presence of all of you, to make these children and administer the oath of good air to them. We did it in Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium with 3,000 children last year. Now we can't have that kind of participation in this COVID scenario. So on virtually, we have got 5 children who are very, very passionate champions of clean air, good environment, and good health. So I would request my team to show the slides of Clean Air Pledge, which I think Honorable Swamiji, you can read, and then these children can follow with you. And post that, we will also be awarding 5 of these children the Good Air Ambassador recognition and award as a recognition for them to work more on this line. Also to inform that we have received a special message from Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change. For the sake of time, we are not running that message right now. We will be posting it on our Facebook page. All our viewers can watch that. He has, Honorable Minister has wonderfully described that what is polluting our air and what we can do to solve that problem. So please do watch that video separately on our Facebook page. And sorry that we are not running it right now in this program. So my team, I request for the pledge slides to be shown. So on Puj Swamiji, these are the 5-point pledge which we want to kind of pass on and make these children take an oath, and they will be forwarding this message to the public forward. So you can point wise, you can आप एक point pledge पढ़ सकते हैं जो children then can follow, and we all will do that.
I want to see that. Hello.
जी sir.
Okay, Prabhu. I think let us pledge all together and act for youth right to clean air. Number 1 is plant more trees and protect them.
We will plant more trees and we will protect them.
Manage waste in your house.
We will manage waste in our house.
We will use public transport, e-vehicles, or cycle quite often.
We will use
public transport, e-vehicles, or cycle quite often.
We will save electricity and promote energy efficiency.
We will save
electricity and promote energy efficiency.
We'll invite our friends to pledge, be vocal, and promote clean environment.
We invite our friends to pledge, be vocal, and promote clean environment.
धन्यवाद स्वामी जी. ये प्लेज जो 5 पॉइंट्स में हमने लिए हैं, ये ऑलमोस्ट उन सारे फैक्टर्स को कवर करने की कोशिश करती हैं जो किसी ना किसी तरीके से कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं पॉल्यूशन की इंक्रीज में. तो ये प्लेज, आई एम श्योर these kids will take this information, this message to many others in their families, in their schools, and all that they will come across in their life. Now I would request my team to, and I'm requesting all of you, dear Mirja, Justice Sunandar Kumar and Swami Kedanand Saraswati ji, that this award or recognition for these children is being given from your hand in a manner virtually, that and so that they come with and go with full zeal and encouragement, excitement to work for the environment, for the clean air. So we will go one by one on these awards. So the first awards we are giving to Nayonika Roy. She is from Veda Vyasa School in Delhi, and she has been a very, very vocal advocate. See, we can call her the Greta Thunberg of our country. Very vocal girl who has been kind of mobilizing and championing the cause of green air. So Nayonika, are you there?
Yes, sir.
So Nayonika, can you say a couple of lines so that your video come on the screen? I think at least you can say that you will try to do, you will work for making India breathe. There?
Yeah. Seriously, like this is such a big moment for me. Getting this, seeing the certificate in front of my eyes, it's just so overwhelming. And I'm feeling so honored that I've been chosen to promote, to be vocal about it, to be an example for everyone that how people can unitedly work for good air. And it is just so overwhelming that I'm like lost to words. Like, it is an amazing feeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Neonika. You will never be at the loss of word. We will have all those words to promote the agenda of clean air and to encourage people. Can we have the second recognition, please? So Suryans Govind, he's from St. Columba's School, Ashok Place, and this award is being presented by Puj Swami Siddhanand Saraswati to you for promoting and encouraging all that you come across, everyone, family, school, to talk about good air and all those things people can do to protect the environment. Yeah. Suryans, one line, please, quickly.
Sure. Thank you so much for giving me this award. I am very proud and overwhelmed by this award and being a part of this meeting. And I surely pledge to make Earth greener. After all, we are the future and we need to protect it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So much. You are the future and you need to protect it. We all need to protect it. The next recognition, please. Tanya Kaurav. She is from Bharati Public School, Mayur Vihar, Phase 3. This award is also presented to you from Puj Swamiji for championing the cause of good air to fight against environment. Tanya, would you like to say?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
I am very happy, and we will work together and make our earth pollution free and greener. And I will take pledge that we will plant more and more trees, and we will make people aware about these to make the earth pollution free. And I'm very happy.
Thank you so much, Tanya. You will do all that possible. We trust and we have all hope on our coming generation that they will, what we could not do, they will do it. The next recognition, please. Lakshita Tyagi from Uttam School for Girls. And Lakshita, would you like to say a word?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I feel honored and I'm very proud that I've achieved this. And also, this session was very beautiful and enlightening. I got to know a lot of new things, and I take this opportunity to pledge. I got this opportunity to pledge, and I will keep up my pledge.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Lakshita. Yes, next recognition, please. Gungun from Gyan Mandir Public School in Delhi. Gungun, are you there? Yes. Gungun.
Yes.
Gungun, would you like to say a word?
Sure. So I'm very happy to receiving this award from you, and I think that free from pollution our earth. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. So these were the young ambassadors for good air, and many more young ambassadors of good air are working for last 1 year. With whom we were working closely. This was just to, as a representative, we will be giving some more awards in the evening. We have a 2-hour long program where children from across the country, from across Delhi NCR region are going to perform and give a more creative performing message for protecting good air and for working for clean environment. With this now, we are also, while these young ambassadors will be working at their level, for all those people who have joined today, Justice Sutantra Kumar, Diya Mirza, Puj Swamiji, Dr. Randeep Guleria, Dr. Ajay Mathur, Valentine Foltescu, all of you are also the biggest champions and then the ambassadors for good, well-being, for clean air, for good air, good food, health, and well-being for not only the people, people in India, but for the entire world. So we from our ISW Council would like to make a small gesture by recognizing all of you with the Ambassador of Global Well-being recognition. So I would request, again, it is virtual, So I would request Swami Chidanandji to present this recognition to Justice Swatantra Kumar, and then Justice Swatantra Kumar to present this recognition to all other panelists, including Swami Chidanandji. So may I request my team to show the recognition certificates. So Justice Swatantra Kumar, your work is wonderful. There is no word to describe it, but it is just a very, very small gesture from our side to recognize your work, which is promoting well-being, health, environment globally.
With this certificate, I have a beautiful green tulsi plant also for him. He's done such a green service.
Thank you very much, please. Very kind of you.
Thank you so much. The next certificate, please. So this is for Diya Mirza. Diya Mirza, again, she is doing wonderful work with the kind of fan following, influence on society, on youth. You are definitely one of the most remarkable champion for environment, clean air, health, and well-being. And we at ISW Council are humbled to recognize you with this, and consider this recognition coming from Justice Swatantra Kumar and Swami Chidanand Saraswati ji. Had it been a physical event, that would have been given, personally handed over. Diya ji, would you like to say a word on?
Thank you so much. This is a wonderful surprise, and what a wonderful, wonderful gesture. Thank you, ISW Council. And I hope that we can continue to work together to make the difference. I know we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diya ji, for your kind word, for your participation, and we are committed to work together. The next certificate, please. For Dr. Ajay Mathur, I think Dr. Mathur would be there, or Dr. Mathur, you're there? He's logged in, but I think so for the wonderful work with TERI as an institution, and Dr. Mathur as in his personal capacity is also doing. The next certificate, please. For Valentine Foltescu, this is again the recognition for him as in a personal capacity, and also for the UNEP for the wonderful work they are doing in India and across the world. And we believe environment is closely linked with health and well-being, and whatever is being done for environment, it is being done for the health and for the well-being of the human being and the entire planet as well. The next one. And this is for Puj Swami Chidanand Saraswati ji, the extremely extraordinary work which he is doing by bringing together faith across the globe, and also all faiths to promote the global WAS efforts. So thank you so much, Swamiji, for all your kind service to the humanity, and consider this is coming from all of us to you as a very, very small gesture and appreciation from our side.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think maybe one for Dr. Randeep Guleria. Dr. Guleria will be joining us in the evening also to award other children also. So we will be handing over to that time. I'm so sorry for all our next panelists. We have some of the very, very remarkable, prestigious, honored and very highly followed religious leaders who are going to bring together the interfaith discourse, that how that interfaith alliance can also contribute, and these religious spiritual leaders can kind of exhort people to work more for the clean air, for the environment, and for a responsible behavior. I'm sorry for being so late on this and keeping you waiting. With this, I would be handing over the session to Miss Ganga Nandini from WASH Alliance, and she's the Director of Implementation and Integration and Communication for Global Interfaith WASH Alliance, JIVA. She plays an important role in coordinating and implementing various large-scale and multifaceted initiatives in India for environmental preservation and sustainable development growth. So over to you, Ganga Nandini, for taking this session forward. And I'm again sorry. And thank you so much, all of you who have joined us today, this morning. Please do watch the message from the Honorable Minister on our Facebook. Thankfully, with all your contribution, this message for Good Air Movement is also trending on Twitter, on as one of the priority discourse going on. This is just one effort to make this message reach far and wide, and we believe this will continue going to as many people as possible. Thank you so much, and dhanyawad for attending today's session. Thank you.
For having us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kamalji, for such a beautiful, beautiful panel and such a beautiful inaugural session. We move right into the Interfaith Awakening session, which is talking with interfaith leaders and faith-based leaders on what we can do to fight air pollution in India. So much has been said in the inaugural session. We are running late, and we'll just move right into the panel and really address that. As our panelists in the first panel have mentioned, that COVID-19 has really put into perspective the great impact that we have on our environment and our natural resources. And we've seen that, as Pujya Swamiji Maharaj was sharing in the inaugural session, that when we are locked down, and when we go inside, Mother Earth is finally able to breathe. And so when we talk about air pollution, and we talk about 2 million people every year who are affected by air pollution, and air pollution being the 5th largest killer in India, what we would love to hear in this panel is really how interfaith leaders in a country like India, where about over 90% of the people subscribe to a faith tradition, to their faith leaders, what would our faith leaders and faith-based organizations like to say to the people listening to this panel of what they can do to be part of the solution? And to have our panel, because we are running late and some of our distinguished speakers have to leave also, we would like to have Pujya Sadhviji actually speak first, then we'll have revered Pujya Sadhviji ke baad, we'll have our respected Brahma Kumari Sister Shivani ji speak, and then we will have Salman Chishti ji and Dr. M.D. Thomas. So that will be the session, and we request Pujya Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati ji, who is the Secretary General of the Global Interfaith WASH Alliance. She is originally from Los Angeles, but is now joining us from Parmat Niketan, from the Global Interfaith WASH Alliance, where she is the Secretary General. She is also the President of the Divine Shakti Foundation and the Director of the world-famous International Yoga Festival. She is a renowned speaker and a eminent spiritual leader who guides numerous service initiatives around water and sanitation and hygiene, and has been here in India for the last 25 years in service of humanity. And we'd love to hear from Sadhviji to begin this panel of what faith leaders and their message and her message to the people who are listening to this webinar today, of what they can be, what they can do to be part of the solution, and what they can do to fight air pollution. Pujya Sadhviji. So I've just got notice that Sadhviji is not able to join immediately. So I will request our Haji Haji Sayyid Salman Chishti ji, if he can begin the panel. He is the 26th generation of the Gaddi Nashin. He is joining us from Ajmer Dargah Sharif, and he is part of this beautiful lineage of the Chishti family, which has been engaged in serving at the globally famed and acknowledged renowned Center for Peace and Unity for the whole of humanity. He has a bachelor's in economic and commerce in economy and commerce from Wilson College, University of Mumbai, and he's an extremely passionate about the world's Sufi spiritual traditions, and he works on a variety of different aspects and bringing his wisdom and his inspiration to a number of different initiatives, and we're so glad to have him join us on this panel to speak about what faith leaders and what all of us can do to fight air pollution. Respected Salman Chishti ji.
Adab, greeting of peace, namaste, salam. A lot of du'as and blessings from Ajmer Dargah Sharif. We are honored as always to be part of those causes which really has been bestowed upon us as a sacred duty, not just as a cause to come together and address a contemporary issue, but from centuries beyond. This is a sacred duty that has been passed on to us from generation to generation, as from Ajmer Dargah Sharif. It's been 800 years. The message of unconditional love based upon human service and service towards the creation. So I extend my greeting of peace to ICHW Council, Jiva, Swamiji, all the dedicated and focused sacred volunteers from Parmat Ashram. Nandini ji, thank you for this generous introduction. Along with my regards and greetings to all the spiritual elders who have joined us here. Sister B.K. Shivani ji, Sadhvi ji, she would surely join us soon once the connection gets restored. And P.K. Thomas ji, and all other elders who have shared their deliberation in the opening session, which is so remarkable to hear, as Swamiji has also made us pledge the remarkable understandings and values to be committing not only by our word but also by our action. When we talk about air pollution and the scriptures, I think it is important to understand that in all the sacred scriptures, all the faith perspective, we know that how it is a sacred stewardship, guardianship that has been bestowed upon us as human beings to be part of the creation as well as take care of the creation and never transgress the rights that has been bestowed upon us. All religions believe in respect for creation and the environment. One of the central principles and the pillars of Islamic spirituality is Tawheed, oneness of being. And this concept of oneness is reflected in God's creation. As human beings and nature form one whole, as that human must preserve. In the Holy Quran, in chapter number 6, verses 165, it's mentioned Allah created the earth and all that is in it, including animal, plants, all its resources and creation. Most of the believers believe that this is the reason for the humans, that Allah has bestowed upon them the best of creation. Human must use this gift in their stewardship or guardianship of the creation. Again in Quran, chapter number 40 and verses 57, it's clearly mentioned that greater indeed than the creation of mankind or human being is the creation of the heavens and the earth and those niyamats, those bestowed sacred gifts that is part of the creation. It is important to also understand that in 1986 in Assisi, the land of Saint Francis, some of the prominent Islamic spiritual leaders, the Sufi masters, gathered, and they had a declaration towards ecology and preservation of planet Earth as a sacred duty upon all faithfuls and believers. They said Allah has created plants and animals and gave them the ability to reproduce before He made humans. Human beings must respect their roles in creation and the rights of other creatures. Islam, the word means both peace and submission. It is only when humans submit to the will and wish of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that they will find peace within themselves and with the rest of the creation. Human beings are free. Freedom is bestowed upon human beings, but this freedom includes recognizing and accepting what Allah has bestowed and given, including all the sacred gifts of creation. So as human beings can only achieve the unity with creation that reflects the oneness of being through uniformity and understanding of service when they work in harmony with nature and not against the natural order. And importance of having clean and healthy air to live and breathe in is an essential aspect of our own existence. As we see that today, just about a few days when I was looking at there's some news that came in from Delhi and the high level of air pollution, it is almost on the extremes of the toxic level of the air pollution that has crept us of various reasons, you could say man-made reason, because of the waste that is being burned, because of the industrial zones that have come closer to the living quarters of our cities and states. And I think it is important to have some elder was speaking about making strict laws. Of course, there are environmental laws. There is environmental ministry in India. They have been repeatedly and from time and again, they have been upgrading these laws. But really, if these laws have been implemented and can be seen into perspective of preserving and keeping the air pollution levels under control, that is yet to be seen because of the data that comes out on the contemporary time. So more than the laws, I think it is self-perspective and the spiritual duties that has been bestowed upon us as part of our faith perspective, as part of our belief system, and as part of our human society and our commitment, not only to us in the present and contemporary times, but also in the near future, which is more important than what we are living in the present time. Because that is the sacred gift that shall be passed on, as it has been passed on to us from generation to generation. So the spiritual values also calls to save the integrity and to protect the diversity of all forms of life and the part of the creation. As reflecting on the main environmental problems such as the destruction of natural habitats because of the toxic air or because of the environmental degradation, because of our natural and green resources which have been brought down because of the industrial evolution, the loss of biodiversity, the climate changes and the erosion of soil, we see that all is triggered by human ignorance. At even this air pollution that we are coming together at the Good Air Summit, or the various initiatives that have been taken in the past, it's all because of what we think that, okay, this could be of our immediate benefit, whether it is technological or industrial advancement or progress in the worldly sense. This could give us immediate and temporary comfort, what in the mind, but it is also part of the ignorance that we get indulged in, that what would be the future implications, and not really far off future, but immediate future. So I think it is important to understand that why and how we can come together as time is really, really running out for reflecting upon such issues. as we read the Holy Scriptures, they've always instructed as well as implied about living an eco-friendly, moderate, and a balanced life without causing any harm to the nature, air, or the earth. Thus, the cure for air pollution does not exist only up to our reading of the Scriptures, but when we start taking real acknowledgement and cognizance of it. Many times when many of the faithful and the believers, they are reading the Scriptures every day, part of their spiritual practices. But are we really reflecting those sacred verses on the line into our practicality of our living life also? That is something we have to reflect on. And that's where the faith-based leaders like Swamiji's, Sister Shivani ji, Sadhvi ji, and all the elders here who have gathered, that's where it's going to make impact. They're just reading and remembering the Scriptures and reciting them on the sacred occasion. But when it comes to the out in the open world, where it is really required to reflect and live according to that, is it completely in line, or it is going opposite to each other? That's when we can really make a difference. Also, when we look at the plan, the creation plan of the Almighty, which is perfect in its essence, but it is us human beings who have been distorting and who have been excessively transgressing the right that has been bestowed upon us as part of our sacred duty. We have to understand that once we exploit because of our selfish deeds in an irrational way, the impact will be very, very disastrous, as we have been seeing today. Whether we are, communicating through digitally because of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is a pandemic and the world is fighting and winning. Inshallah, that's our prayers. But at the same time, we have to understand how this has impacted, why it has come to this point that we could have never imagined that we would be locking ourselves up. The whole world will be under lock for more than 6 months just because an unseen virus, which is not even visible by eyes. So if we think that our technological advances or industrial revolution have given us edge over the creation, edge over the nature, and edge over the divine presence, I think that is the biggest ignorance that the 21st century can imply on. As Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, have completely offered an integrated view of the universe where human soul and the environment, mind and matter are all part of one living, conscious whole. He forbade us from spreading pollution and exhorted us to plant trees and not to pollute water and the environmental gift. Planting a tree in Islamic spirituality is a sadaqah-e-jariyah, which means constant charity. It's not that the day when you plant the tree, you are doing a charity, but the moment that you plant the seeds, the charity starts and it continues every day. The seeds are springing up to plants and then becoming trees. So these are the teachings that we have to reflect, as Hazrat Khaja Moinuddin Chishti, radiallahu anhu, who's known as Gharib Namaz, somebody who took care of the poor and the downtrodden. How he asked us to be close to the Creator by being close to the creation, by developing sun-like generosity, river-like grace, and earth-like hospitality. Imagine if we can really live up to these ideals and we can learn from the nature. I think the situation that we are in and that we are concerned about, such air pollution and other things, we can really overcome. And that's a really honest intention, noble intention, and prayers from Ajmer Sharif, that really each word and each noble thought that has been shared through this platform would become a reality, and we would come again soon, inshallah, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, with all the millions and millions of listeners and viewers and believers to really clear out the mist in the air and really live and breathe. And this is the gift that we will give to our children in the near future. Thank you so much, Nandini ji and all the elders, and would like to hear from elders while we continue this conversation, and that conversation would surely result in an action where we all have a sacred gift to give to our children, our future and our planet Earth, inshallah. Peace be upon all of you. Salam and greetings from Ajmer Dargah Sharif. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chishtiji. Thank you so, so much for beautiful, beautiful words. And it actually flows very nicely into the next speaker and panelist. We are very, very grateful to be joined today by the most respected and beloved Brahma Kumari, Sister Shivani ji. She also has to leave soon. And because we are running late, we will do a more proper introduction, but she needs no introduction. And so it is really beautiful, as Tishtiji has said, that how do we take these values and these teachings from our scriptures and apply it into our lives? And we request most respected Brahmakumari Sister Shivani ji to reflect and to give us insight and inspiration on how to apply these teachings and practices into our life. Respected Sister Shivani ji.
Om Shanti, and thank you so much, Sister. We've heard profound words sharing with us the laws of taking care of the environment. And it's not that we heard anything new. I think most of us know most of it. But it's all about implementing what we know. So intelligence is about using what I know at the right time and in the right way. If I know something and I don't use it at the right time in the right way, then my intelligence is a question mark. And so it's very important to become spiritually intelligent. Because if we are spiritually intelligent, then we are emotionally intelligent, then we will become environmentally intelligent. And that's why religion, spiritual practices, meditation, prayer, chanting, the one thing they give us all is the power to start taking care of our mind. I believe if I do not prioritize taking care of my mind, I might not prioritize taking care of the environment, because I won't have the strength to even think of the environment because my mind is not in the right frame of mind. I have to be here. And that's why spirituality and religion is a very, very, very powerful method which makes us emotionally strong, spiritually intelligent, integrates into us the value of compassion, the value of care, the value of personal responsibility, and to remember the spiritual law, along with the environmental law, the spiritual law, which is the law of karma. It's very important to remember the law of karma. We are creating a karmic account with nature. Like we create a karmic account with our body, we create a karmic account with people, we create a karmic account with nature. If I abuse my body shows me the return. If I'm not right with people, my relations show me the return. If I'm not right with nature, nature has its ways of showing it back to me. So let's start creating a very beautiful karmic account with nature. A karma where we radiate care and compassion. What is a beautiful, elevated, selfless karma? Where you think about the other before yourself. When you think about another person before yourself, then you are a selfless, compassionate soul. So let's start thinking about nature, the resources of nature, before thinking of all our desires. It's our never-ending desires which are exploiting the environment. Never-ending. And it's an addiction. They will never end. They will never end. The more we try to satisfy our desires, they will never end. And every desire is only for one thing. I want happiness. I want love. I want respect. Just to feel happy and respected, we are buying everything that is there on the hoarding and on the billboard on the highway. Every 6 months, they will say, new version, happier face. And we say, okay, now I have to buy this so that I'm going to be happier. And the more and more and more we're consuming from the world, the more our resources are getting exploited. And in spite of having done that for 30 years, we're only saying depression is increasing, diabetes is increasing. So the direction was not even right. It was not even working out in the right direction. If we had consumed so much, we should have been happier and healthier, because that's what religion and spirituality taught us. My happiness is not in that phone, is not in that car, is not in that shopping bag, is not in that dress. It's in the way I think. And we buy objects We buy objects to use them for our physical comfort, not to be emotionally happy and respected and loved. They were not meant to do that because they're not designed for that. They are designed for communication, for transportation, for accommodation, not for love, respect, and status and position. So that one equation went wrong, and that's where we need to change. We are beginning the week of Diwali, and Diwali means lighting the diya. Diya means to give. Diya, dena. So lighting one diya becomes the process to light the next diya. So let's become a giver. We've become opposite of giver. We say chahiye, 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 or chahiye, chahiye. Remember what our elders taught us? Agar diya bujh gaya, to जीवन अशुभ हो जाएगा. Which means if the lamp blows off, life becomes inauspicious. Which lamp? The power to give. If the power to give extinguishes, life will become inauspicious. Light the diya, which means become a giver, and which means stop this chahiye, 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 chahiye. Life will become auspicious. Planet will become beautiful. We will be able to change the world. And to take care of our environment, let's start taking care of our emotions. If I don't take care of my stress, anxiety, my greed, my competition, my jealousy, I will not be able to take care of the environment. It's going the other way around. We can't take care of the outer world till we start taking care of our inner world. Because unless I'm contented, my desires are never ending. They're never ending. And then I go on exploiting the resources that nature has given me. So daily spiritual principles, not peaceful only in the morning while praying, chanting, and meditating, peaceful throughout the day. And always remember, my every thought, my every word is vibrating into the environment. We can see air pollution, but we cannot see emotional pollution of the air. Last 6 months, we've radiated fear and anxiety into the air. It's vibrating with fear and anxiety. So my every thought, my every word is a vibration that goes into the air. And for good air, I need to create pure thoughts and respectful, dignified words. The prayer, the mantra, the chanting should become our daily vocabulary. And then we will energize our air, water, and resources, and we will create the world that we're all looking for. That beautiful new world will come from the new way of thinking. So let's light the diya and let's stop doing this and becoming a giver, because that's what we are worshipping. We want to invoke Lakshmi. She's like this, not like this. So invoking her means becoming like her. Thank you so much. Om Shanti.
Thank you so much, Sister Shivani ji. We actually, from the banks of Ma Ganga here from Paramath Niketan, and on behalf of all of the spiritual leaders and the Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, as well as the Global Interfaith Wash Alliance and the many organizations that have joined for this panel, would request Pujya Sadhvi ji to give you, on behalf of all of us, a very sacred green sapling. And to remind you that you are much ado to a visit on the banks of Ma Ganga when it is safe to travel. So if we can ask Sadhvi ji to please give respected Sister Shivani ji a beautiful green sapling.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sister. Thank you.
To offer this to you, and just as I do very quickly, one of my favorite metaphors of the greenery and the trees. You know, of course, the role they play in the environment. But what I love about them, and especially in this moment, is the tallest trees in the world, the oldest trees in the world, are the redwoods in California, where I'm from originally. And as being the tallest trees in the world and the oldest trees, their roots are not actually very deep in the ground, which we would have thought, but their roots are interconnected with each other. And that's what keeps these redwood forests able to withstand the earthquakes of California, the floods, the fires, the everything for hundreds of years, is not just how individually deep each of their roots are, but actually the way that the roots of any tree are connected to each other. So the offering of this is an acknowledgement and a celebration of the way that our roots are interconnected, and the knowing that in that interconnection of love, we each and all of those we are connected to grow tall and strong and healthy. And so much love to you. And yes, as Ganga Nandaniji said, we are waiting for you to come back home to Burma.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everything.
And with that, I'd request Pooja Sadhiji, who we had introduced already at the beginning of the panel, the Secretary General of the Global Interfaith Wash Alliance and the President of the Divine Shakti Foundation, to shed light and to create this beautiful Ganga that we've been talking about, these words of wisdom from our spiritual leaders of bringing insight and inspiration on what we can do to be the change that we want to see in the world.
It's such an honor and such a joy to be here together with you all, with my sister Shivani ji and all of my brothers in the divine from different religions, different walks of life together in this moment of recognizing who we are on the inside, how we think, how we feel, how we understand ourselves, how that impacts, influences, informs, creates the ripple impact that we bring to the world. As Shivani-ji spoke about so beautifully, that internal sense of lack is actually, we speak so much about this is the greatest contributor to environmental destruction, or this is the greatest contributor to climate change, or this is the greatest contributor to pollution. But ultimately, more so than anything that we drive or produce in a factory or eat, more so than any of that, the single greatest contributor is the way we think. That sense within ourselves that somehow more is better, that as I feel empty inside, lonely inside, less than, as though somehow I am not enough on an emotional level, a psychological level. This is something that most people all over the world suffer from. It's this internal sense of not enoughness, which is what leads us to want to earn more money, buy more things, achieve more name, more fame, more of a higher position on all of the ladders, whether it's a career ladder, a corporate ladder, a social ladder, whatever it may be. It stems from a sense of who I am isn't enough. Therefore, if I made more money, if I were richer, if I had more things, if I had a bigger house and more cars, if I had a bigger following on social media, if my events had more people in the audience, then I would actually be enough. And that sense of not enoughness is actually what leads us to consume the world, whether in terms of individual addiction to alcohol, to drugs, to food, to shopping, whether it's in the way that we run our companies that are exploiting both people as well as Mother Nature. All of it is in this service of feeling like I'm enough. Just a little bit more money, just a little bit more power, just a bigger company, just a bigger footprint. Then I'll be enough. And so spirituality is that which connects us to the fullness of who we are, to the awareness that who we are is divine, that who we are is infinite by nature of the fact that we are one with the capital I, infinite reality. By nature of the fact that we are created not just by the Creator, but of the Creator. We are already, regardless of what we earn or buy or achieve or acquire, regardless of any of that, we are not just enough. We are abundant. Our cup runneth over with who we are as divinity. And that's what spirituality is able to give us. And of course, the different religions are going to use different names or different metaphors or different vocabulary or different ways of thinking about it. But regardless of how we connect with that infinite perfection, we are one with it. And when we're one with it, it means there's no need for us to consume the world. And this is where, you know, a lot of people ask us so frequently about these two sides of the seva that we do here at Parmarth Niketan, here with our Global Interfaith Wash Alliance, is, well, wait, are you teaching people to meditate and do yoga, or are you teaching people to, you know, plant trees and pick up trash and clean the environment and build toilets? And actually they go together, because people who are spiritually grounded are the best stewards of this planet, not just because they're actually going out and serving Mother Nature, but because they understand that oneness with the trees, with the rivers, with the air, with all of our sisters and brothers with whom we share this planet today and in the future, who are the direct beneficiaries of the pollution that we spew into the atmosphere, the direct beneficiaries of the toxicity that gets dumped into our water or our soil. And when we realize that we are one with that air, with that water, with that soil, with all of that, then immediately, instinctively, we will move with love, with compassion, with grace. And COVID, moving into the specifics of just air pollution, COVID has brought home so many deep spiritual teachings, and there isn't time to go into them here, but it's brought home the preciousness of a breath of fresh air, with constant fears of, oh my God, am I breathless? Oh my God, am I gonna lose my breath? What's happening to my breath? On oxygen, on ventilation. It's really brought home how a gift of breath is the greatest gift. And it's also brought home the fact that you can't buy it. It's interesting, I think it was the Dalai Lama. Don't promise it was him, but I think it was him, who said something like, one of the greatest ironies of humanity these days is that we spend all of our health, we waste all of our health to make money. And then we try to use our money to buy back our health. But you can't. And COVID has made it abundantly clear there's no amount of money you can spend to be able to breathe when an illness has taken you. And so we come together today to really look at, okay, so what can we do? Yes, the spiritual grounding. Yes, the anchoring. Yes, the awareness. Yes, the treading lightly and compassionately and in oneness and unity with the world. And every minute and every moment, what can we do? Well, the first and most important thing to me, I think, and spiritual leaders are the ones who really create visions. We are the ones who say, this is the vision. This is how we see things. And for most of recent history, development has been synonymous with good things, with prosperity, with abundance. When we think about, going back to the Industrial Revolution and everything since, smokestacks were a sign of moving ahead, of development, of success, of prosperity, of abundance. I know so many people who are elderly today, but who speak back to their youth and just how they would look at smokestacks sort of in awe of like, wow, these things that are bringing development and prosperity. But it's time for us to realize that just because something at some point in history seemed like a great idea, we don't have to be stuck in a value from those days. There were days when DDT seemed like a great idea, days when asbestos seemed like a great idea, days when GMOs seemed like a great idea. And each of these things, when they first were invented with this hype of this great new solution. But with the hindsight, with the 2020 vision that hindsight gives us, we realize, oh wait, maybe not such a good idea. Slowly, countries start banning them. In the same way, we need to start looking at what is our vision of development. And can we have a vision of development that isn't a smokestack, that isn't a factory spewing its waste into the air? But in order to do that, we have to change our vision of success. Because as long as our personal and collective societal vision of success says more, better, 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 cheaper, 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 then these factories have no option. They have to keep producing. Cheaper, cheaper, cheaper means cutting corners, means dumping their waste in the air, in the soil, in the water. So as faith leaders, it's imperative that each of us individually, but all of us collectively, in our lives, in our teachings, in our preachings, in our community, really change the vision of success from having more to, as Puja Swamiji says, being more. Do we really need so many things that run on fossil fuels? Are we not able to just stop for a little while? COVID, again, was a beautiful example because in order to protect our health, to stay alive, we stop. So we know we can do it. We know we can live without driving everywhere every day. We know we can live without the level of industry and production, travel, shopping, consumption that so many of us are used to. And that we're able to do it when our lives depend on it. Let us realize our lives still depend. Because when we were locked down, air pollution became great. I mean, the numbers were fantastic. Now, of course, we're in the holiday season. What does it mean? Pollute the air in the name of celebration. More smoke, more firecrackers. Can we herald in an era of celebration that doesn't require smoke, that isn't actually harming people's health, that isn't harming our planet? Can we herald in a vision of win-win, that it's not us or Mother Earth, us or the air, us or those with asthma and respiratory illnesses, but it's all us. And that's a vision that the faith leaders need to get. In the Jewish tradition, which is the tradition I was born in, we celebrate a Sabbath. There's a day of the week in which devout Orthodox Jews will not operate an electrical device. They won't drive in a car. It's a day of rest. And while I'm not saying, we all should stop operating everything electric one day a week, I think the idea of a day in service of the earth, a day in which we slow down and give the earth the opportunity to feel. So many of us fast one day a week, twice a week, once every fortnight to feel the body. Can we allow Mother Earth to have the equivalent of a fast? Can we shut things off, at least most of them, once a week? Can we walk if we need to go somewhere rather than drive? Can we try not to burn any fossil fuel, at least once a week? Let us have a day. We can call it whatever we want to call it, but a day that enables Mother Earth to heal. A day where we reconnect spiritually in that awareness of our oneness and recommit ourselves to truly treading lightly, compassionately with love and with that awareness of our oneness and of our together. Thank you so, so much to the beautiful organizers of this essential event, to our honorable minister, to Puja Swamiji, to all of the renowned leaders and experts who have spoken already today and will continue to speak, to Ganganandani ji for moderating this so beautifully, to Salman Chisti ji, Father M.D. Thomas ji, for joining us together on this panel. It's such a beautiful honor and blessing to be here. Let us all now, joining hands and hearts, really model the change, be the change, and embrace.
Thank you so, so much, Puja Sadhiji, for, I was just thinking that so many of us are probably around lunchtime, but, there's one feeding the body, and this has been a panel that I feel very blessed that we've been feeding the soul and the spirit and really going deep into the insight and reflection that will not just treat the symptoms of air pollution, but also get to the source and cure the real issues that are there in terms of our own mental strength, our mental health, our emotional stability. And thank you so much for those words. With that, we'll request Father Dr. M.D. Thomas, who is the founder director of the Institute of Harmony and Peace Studies in New Delhi. He is also the founder director of the Institute of Religion and Culture at Ujjain and national director of the Commission for Religious Harmony at National Association of Catholic Christian Community, New Delhi. He is the editor of the half-yearly multi-faith journal Fellowship, and he's lectured at over 100 universities and colleges and addressed some 250 research conferences, delivering many keynote lectures and addressing interfaith gatherings across India, and with numerous awards and receipts for his work on harmony, culture, social service, and peace. And we've been together with Father M.D. Thomas in Ujjain, I believe, and it's so beautiful to be here in this digital platform and to hear from him as the final speaker on this interfaith panel, Father Dr. M.D. Thomas.
The moderator of the session, thank you for elaborately introducing me. Distinguished fellow speakers, dignitaries, and friends. It's my privilege being here at this Good Air Summit 2020. I'm happy the great campaign, Good Air Podium, for fighting air pollution. And I have the pleasure of extending my sincere compliments to Integrated Health and Well-Being Council for organizing this mega summit. Towards awakening people towards having good air around us. We are going through difficult and trying times of the human history. We have been suffering from climate change and environmental pollution. And to add to that, now we have a respiratory virus, corona, around us, making almost the entire world almost upside down. The world in general and India in particular is feeling its terrible pinch in diverse ways. Well, the Creator has given us a beautiful creation. It's that very same creation for us to have our being. And we humans, the rational beings, are supposed to take a good care of this creation and the environment. But unfortunately, we tend to become at times irrational, meddling with the creation and the environment. It may be that we are too intelligent for ourselves and foolish for the environment and the creation. Foolish for others, for the country, and for the society. And we are paying a heavy price for that. We know too well that air is one of the most basic components of our life. We know also that without air, life is not possible. Without clean air, a healthy life is not possible too. All the same, we are in the habit of polluting the air regularly by throwing dirty, harmful, and poisonous things into the open. We feel at ease spitting and doing away with our waste in the public space. Anywhere and everywhere, maybe like animals. And we celebrate our festivals in such a manner that we leave our neighborhood, our roads, our marketplaces, and the parks filthy and stinking. And if this is how we behave with the creation and the environment, it's not surprising if air quality goes beyond the danger level. Is it not shocking for us to find polluted air the fifth biggest killer in India? Delhi, the capital city of the country, has become the capital of foul air. And it has become a health emergency area. And the situation seems to get worse day by day. It's high time we realized that many of our habits are not sustainable at all. And much of our behavior does not suit human beings too. It is a simple logic. If we pollute the air will pollute us and make us sick and even brutally kill us. Therefore, we have to handle the air with care. But it doesn't seem that this good sense is coming to us very easily. Just like common sense is not common. We Indians are never tired of boasting that we are a religious country. And it is true that almost all the major and minor traditions of the religions are here in India. And all religions put together, we have a high volume of beliefs. And the time we spend for pious instructions, devotions, and observations is beyond measure. But unfortunately, much of it doesn't seem to make enough good result for life. It also appears that the religion in India is more part of the problem than of the solution. To say the least, religion and religions in India have not succeeded to keep the air and the environment clean enough so that we can inhabit with good health. I think the way we have understood religion and the way we engage with the religion has to be revised. Religion is not a passport to go to heaven. Religion has to produce good faith, a faith that makes us good human beings, a faith that motivates us to behave in a responsible and ethical manner, a faith that would give us good values in life, a faith that is realistic, a faith that keeps the life going, a faith that will contribute to good air and well-being all around. A good, enlightened, and responsible conscience is the need of the hour. Only self-motivated persons can behave in a responsible manner. Positive thinking has to be developed. A sense of duty has to be awakened. And ethical fiber has to be boosted up. Only spiritual awakening can combat the menace of air pollution effectively. For that, we need self-motivated persons who behave in a responsible manner with the nature, with the environment, and with one another. I think it's time to mend the unclean habits that have become part of our lives. It is said, cleanliness is next to godliness. The sacred can be found only in clean premises. And faith has to come to serve it. And faith is not all about heaven and the life beyond. Faith is here and now, which keeps our life going meaningfully, where we are able to behave with one another well, and where we are able to behave with the environment and the air effectively and positively. Faith is here and now in the creation, in the environment, in the creation. Faith is in us, in others, in the country, and in the society, in the creation, and then only in the Creator. Only such a faith will be useful for us. I think faith has to get incarnated in this area. And I think it is time to mend all that is unclean in us today, so that we have a tomorrow that is better for us. And it will be more sustainable, and that will be an accountable faith that will help us in our life. In sum, such a religion, such a faith such a good conscience, enlightened and responsible, such an ethical fiber, such positive values, such a spiritual awakening will help us, will go with us to keep us humanly, spiritually, and ethically fit in order to combat the air pollution and thus to contribute our might to the making of our air and environment clean and habitable. Air pollution today is a wake-up call for leaders and believers of all religions and people of all ideologies in the country and even beyond. And let us mend our today so that we have a tomorrow that is more auspicious. Before I wind up, I would like to make a strong appeal to the fellow citizens of my country to commit yourselves to promoting good air and health and well-being all around by fighting air pollution. I would like to especially appeal to the leaders and believers of all the faith, all religions in India, and people of all ideologies, that the faith be converted into a very realistic and practical one that will take care of our surroundings, our environment, and our situation by which we have a And I would like to appeal once again to join the great campaign of Good Air Podium and to apply all possible means to fight air pollution so that we have a life, we have air that is clean and healthy to breathe in for the sustainable living of our humans and creatures on earth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father Dr. M.D. Thomas, for your beautiful and inspiring words. We are running extremely behind schedule, so we won't have time to actually summarize all the beautiful messages from our faith leaders, but this is being live streamed across the Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council's Facebook pages and social media platforms, as well as the Global Interfaith Wash Alliance, so you can tune back in, listen to them again, and reflect on them. And with that, I'll request the CEO of IHWC, the Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, Mr. Kamal Narayanji, to do the honors and thank all of the revered spiritual leaders on this panel, and also for the vision that you have and your team has to have an integrated interfaith panel as part of this event on good air. And we look forward to working with you in the future. Kamal Narayanji.
Thank you so much, Ganga Nandini ji, for moderating this wonderful session. And then most importantly, I'm very, very thankful to all these spiritual leaders who spared their time and gave their voice, to this important cause of restoring a breathable air, of one of the or the most essential, fundamental requirement of life on this planet. And I believe while our words just, appeals to the mind of the people, your words goes to the heart and soul of the people. And that your word will help us encourage and get better response, better behavioral change, and more responsible, behavior towards environment, towards nature, and towards everything which helps us live with peace, harmony, and well-being. So thank you so much. And from ISW Council, just as a small gesture of thanks, and also to recognize your participation in your wonderful work which you are doing, which essentially also promotes well-being of the people, not only in this country but across the globe. So we would like to present a small token of thanks in form of recognition, global well-being ambassadors, to all our very esteemed, revered panel of spiritual leaders. So may I request our team to, so this to Puja Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati ji for your wonderful work which you have been doing on Interfaith Was Alliance for taking up the cause of clean water, hygiene, and all other things which is very, very essential for the well-being of humanity and the entire planet, and also for now, adding or echoing the agenda of good air. So thank you so much for your blessings and your support for this cause. So, also to Haji Sayyid Salman Chishti ji, for your wonderful, call to the people to behave, to act in harmony with the nature, and also for promoting well-being, wellness, and health, and all that is important for health. So thank you so much for your support to this cause. Father Dr. M.D. Thomas for putting your weight, putting your voice for this particular cause. We are really very, very thankful to you for amplifying and creating a bigger bigger push for this clean air agenda. Thank you so much. BK sister Shivani has dropped off from this session because she had some other commitments, and also we are running late. So we will be sharing this to her separately. But thank you so much to her also for providing her wonderful guidance, blessing, and support for this particular cause. So thank you all of you for being here and for taking up this cause. And we look forward to work very closely and continue to have your support, your guidance, and your blessings in our fight against air pollution. Thank you so much. So next session, I would hand over to my colleague and also a veteran media specialist and a former anchor, Anisa Nayyar Dhawan, and she will be having a discussion about what are the technical aspects, what innovations, what technologies, what other activities, and other ways, technical aspects can help us in promoting and ensuring clean air for all. So Anisa, over to you. And I'm so sorry to all our panelists in the next session also for being very late on our the schedule of this session. But I think the all our panelists had so much to share and so much to encourage that we could not stop us ourselves from hearing them. So thank you so much, and we look forward to have another wonderful session.
Thank you, Kamal. Actually, the issue of air quality is one that provokes a lot of reactions and is very close to the heart of people, at least those who live in Delhi, who have to suffer through this every winter. So, there is a lot of ground to cover. It's unfortunate that we are late, but we're very grateful to all our panelists for staying with us. And now they're going to share with us the newer technologies that are there. It's good that the technology is there, but also that we have to adopt it on scale so that we see solutions quick and the solutions are sustainable. Now, the COVID pandemic has brought in several disruptions in our lives, with our healthcare systems being overstretched, under strain, and most of us being forced to either work out of home or do online classes. But there were some unintended benefits which everyone world over have enjoyed because of the lockdown that came after the pandemic. We were finally able to breathe clean air and enjoy clear blue sky. Come winter and the smog is back. Has all the good been undone? Can we mobilize behavioral change to keep up with the unexpected positive benefits of the earlier lockdown? What green energy choices can we opt for in terms of infrastructure, energy efficiency, transportation, or otherwise? There is one thing that COVID has taught us, and that is that our lives and our world is precious. And when we return to normal, our living has to be sustainable and our carbon footprint has to reduce. So what are the latest environment technology options that can help solve some of the biggest environmental concerns that we face today? Will green or clean technology help us conserve, monitor, or reduce the negative impact of our modern way of living and optimize the consumption of resources? This session will offer a sneak peek into the new age renewable energy and energy efficient solutions, modern smart IT and AI enabled environment technology, smart automobile fuel solutions, and alternatives, direct air capture, DAC monitoring of greenhouse gases and air purification technology, and other innovative ideas to fight the pollution battle. Now, please welcome our esteemed panelists who've been very patient and are now joining us in this session. Please put your hands together and welcome Mrs. Suyash Gupta, Director General and Founder Trustee, IAC, and Managing Director, Clean Fuel India Orogas. Please also welcome Dr. K. Annapurna, Head of Department, Division of Microbiology, ICAR, Indian Agricultural Research Institute. We also have with us Mr. Vatsal Maheshwari, Managing Director, Yellow Energy, and Mr. N.S. Gaurav, National Sales Head of Honeywell. A warm welcome to all the panelists for joining us today. Right, now we've spent a lot of time talking about air pollution, and I'm sure all of you have some great ideas on how technology can help change our today and make way, lay the foundation for a better future. So I'm going to start by going to each one of you, and I would request you to please tell us what your great idea is. Let me start with you, Mr. Gupta. What's your great idea so that we can have cleaner air, we can reduce our carbon footprint, and we can dream for a better future?
Thank you, Anisha. And first, I think you have a beautiful background, which is so pertinent to the event. You have a green background, and thanks,
actually, Mr. Gupta, this is the view out of my window, and usually it's a bright green. For the last 10 days, I'm seeing a haze.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, and thanks, Kamalji, for his initiative. I've always known him as a very creative person who works with a sense of purpose and a huge sense of creativity, and getting this is a tremendous forum with the kind of speakers we've seen through the day. Kamalji, I think an event of this magnitude and of this will go a long way. Anisha, I'll keep my comments very short in the interest of time, and I am going to not dwell into any specific technology, but talk about generally the direction which, as a country, we have chosen. Not today, but in the past several decades, wherein there is an old saying: "A bird in hand is better than two in the bush." But we fail to acknowledge this. We come up with some beautiful technologies which are aspirational, which are prospective, which are futuristic, which have all the good adjectives behind them, and they sound so great on paper that when this happens, this will happen. When this happens, this will happen. But there are technologies and which, and of course, lifestyle changes which were discussed earlier today. So my contention and my view would be: let's focus on low-hanging fruits. Let's, of course, there is nothing wrong in having great ideas and great aspirational goals to have for next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. But what is the kind of damage which air quality? I was speaking at a panel last year on a global auto gas panel, and unfortunately, I would say, it started with the two examples which were both about India. The first example was that the world's top 14 cities out of
most polluted cities.
Polluted cities are Indian cities. And the second example was, look, what happened to Delhi in terms of smog pre and post COVID. So these are this is not the right example for Delhi to set and for our country to set. But unfortunately, as a country, we have been looking at very prospective and very futuristic technologies. So as a country, let's get together, let's see what are, let's have a step-by-step approach. What is viable in the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, and of course, even prospectively. But we need some relief today. We cannot have an AQI of almost 1,000. I was looking at the AQI levels today of 1,000 and hope to survive for the next 5-10 years. I've been surviving on Honeywell, air purifiers in my home, in my office. So Gaurav, good to see you here. Thanks to you, we are still surviving. So with this, I'll limit my initial comments with this. And of course, as the panel starts further discussions, I'll be glad to contribute. But one-liner is that we need to have some immediate relief and we need to have low-hanging fruit, aspirational, prospective, futuristic technologies only, which we may or may never see, may not be the right way. Anisha, back to you.
All right. So Mr. Gupta is saying, grab the here and now and do something with it. It's good to dream for what the future holds, but do something with what you have now. Gaurav, I would like to come to you. Now, Honeywell does so many things. It is, at the forefront of cutting edge technology, AI, blockchain, machine learning, sensors. You're doing so much. What is it? What is your idea? Give me something to go with for the here and now that can make my life better today itself.
Yeah. So greetings to everyone. So just like Suyash Gupta ji said that yes, immediate solutions are the one which are going to work or which we have to focus upon. Yes, there are a lot of solutions with Honeywell. We are into a lot of other businesses, but air purification, yes, it's been focus for us, at least in India, for the last 5 to 6 years. We've seen the portable purifiers. We're also doing a commercial air purification where a large scale air purification is required. Let's say a larger office, which is not, which is centrally cooled. So we do have solutions around that lines as well. So yes, we are looking at the immediate solution of the problem where without disturbing the existing systems a lot. Can we solve the problem? Can we solve the problem in the sense there's an existing building which needs better air quality inside the building and more inside the building, because we all spend most of our times indoors, right? And probably 80% of the time is always we are either in our offices or our customers' offices or at homes, right? So we need to solve that first. The outdoor air is a larger problem to solve. Yes, it needs to be solved, but it is going to take time. It's not going to happen quickly. Indoor is something which we can solve quicker, and I believe we have certain solutions which can help you do that. Yeah.
Right, Gaurav, we have Honeywell air purifier for our car. The only saving grace is that we're not going anywhere in the car these days here at home. So we're not using it. But, honestly, I have 3 air purifiers in my home and it's not working. The air quality is still bad. They are running 24 hours and the red light is on. For a few days, I guess we're going to have to live with this, but we have to work now to change things. What's your idea? What is going to make a difference to our now and to her here and now?
Yeah, so again, when you select a purifier, size of the room, how you use it, it's very similar to normal air conditioning that you're using, right? You need to keep your windows closed, or what is the capacity of the air purifier you select. All these things become important, and there is a frequent filter change that needs to be done. All those things have to be taken care of in the right ways. Otherwise, you will not get the right set of results, right? You need to keep servicing your AC, right? Otherwise it will not give you the cooling effect as it is meant to do. Similarly, the air purifier also will only give the best of results when you are maintaining it right, when you're using it right.
I've got the new filters, and I know the rooms are large and the doors are open, and every time I close the door, somebody's opening the door. So yes, you have to have a behavioral change as well. For technology to work, you got to work with it, right? You yourself have to work with it. So now let me go to what Selena's came. What is it, your technology idea that can work now, so that, we can perhaps try to reduce our carbon footprint and improve our today?
Right. Thank you so much, Anisha. First of all, thank you so much for having me over here, and good afternoon to all of you. So as we all see, that pollution is one of the major dogged problems in today's world, because as we all know that, almost 7 million people have the premature deaths because of pollution. And talking about India, it is the second most polluted country in the world after Bangladesh, which is shaving off almost 5.2 years from the life expectancy from the average Indian. So yes, we have to go around and make sure that we do a bit, whether we are taking small steps or whether we are taking bigger steps. So when I started like when I started my business, when I got into solar, the whole and sole idea was to reduce the carbon footprints. So solar, as a whole, the government had targeted 100 gigawatt of solar plant span in for the country in the for the year 2020, and as on date, we have completed around 35.7 as of August 2020. So I think the solar is one of the direct ways to reduce the carbon footprints. Earlier, I understand that it was very expensive and it was out of the reach of the common man. But now, since past 10 years, the prices have been reduced to almost 80%. So I believe that all the residential projects, all the commercial industries, the government has been really promoting to go solar and making sure that this is one of the direct ways to get the best of your investment, and at the same point you can get the best of carbon footprints. So yes, the technology is advancing, and I wish that everyone, like very soon, we'll all go on the renewable energy very soon. As we have seen that Germany and countries like New Zealand, they've already gone up till 90% of their power capacity has been taken care by the renewable, and India is still far behind of it. So let's hope on the global level that we are able to achieve these targets. So, thank you.
I feel pretty confident, Vatsal, because in a sunny country like India, why would you not have solar energy? If you have the technology now to store the energy, the cost is coming down. I'm very hopeful that this is going to be the way forward. Dr. Annapurna, thank you so much for being with us.
Let's hope for the best.
This year, I believe, after seeing blue skies in Delhi after so many years, I was like, this winter is going to be better, but it's not. We still have the smog. I don't know if people are traveling more, if vehicular pollution is as high as it was last year, but there is no stopping the smog that is coming from outside Delhi, the stubble burning. What solutions do we have now that can work? And, why aren't the strategies that we've adopted so far to figure this out working for the last, couple of years? It's become really bad. And Dr. Annapurna, I'll request you to unmute yourself so that we can hear you.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
I'll just say thanks to you for having me here, and also good afternoon to all of you. I guess when we are talking about the pollution, in fact, everyone is looking towards agriculture to be the culprit, which I believe is not the case. I'm sure there are other sources of pollution which are really playing havoc rather than agriculture. But yes, agriculture is also probably adding to the havoc, for the simple reason that you are all aware that in Punjab, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh, during the Kharif season, paddy is grown. In fact, about 43 million hectares of paddy is grown in the country, and we have quite a large area of about 12 million hectares in Punjab, Haryana and UP together, which is a very, very large amount. And the simple necessity of the farmer to make his field free from paddy and for sowing of wheat, that window is very, very short. In certain villages, in certain areas, it's just about 10 days or 20 days max. Now, in that 20 days, all the field operation has to be carried out by the farmer, which means he has to harvest the paddy, he has to separate the grain from the straw, and whatever straw is coming out of that, that has to be disposed of. And by the time the wheat season comes in, and he has to sow. So the easiest mechanism what the farmer does is to just burn the straw. Now that, of course, adds to the smog of Delhi. I don't say that it is the only creator of pollution, but it does add to the smog of Delhi, because the northeasterly winds which pass during the winter season, especially during the Diwali time, you have all that coming towards Delhi and the NCR region. This is one reason why everybody is now blaming the farmer, the poor farmer, I would say, because his contribution is really little as compared to the rest of, whether it is construction, whether it is vehicular traffic, or all those things which are contributing to the air pollution. So our institute over the past 5 years has been working on this aspect also, basically to find out how can we manage the agri-residue. It wasn't with the intention that we'll actually give a solution to the farmers from burning, but of course in the side this thing, it does came as a solution for burning. So we have developed this Pusa decomposer microbial consortium, which can easily degrade the straw and under in situ conditions. That is the best part of it. So within 20 days, max of 20 days, the farmer can actually, even if the straw is left in the field, using the Pusa decomposer capsule, the straw can be completely degraded. Now it has two benefits. One, that it does not allow, or it gives an alternative to the farmer from burning. Two, it improves the soil nutrient status for the simple reason that whatever nutrients are logged in the paddy straw, that is all released with the enzymatic action of the microbe, and that goes into the soil. So the next crop, which usually is wheat in this Indo-Gangetic belt, is benefited by the higher availability of the nutrients in the soil. And we presume that over a period of time, when this practice is adopted by the farmers, even now, many farmers in Punjab do not adopt this technology as such. Despite the fact that Punjab government has come out with a ban on the burning.
Stubble burning.
Yeah. But even then, farmers just go ahead and do it. And they say, okay, मुझको जेल में डाल दो, लेकिन मैं तो अपना जलाऊंगा. So we are trying to tell them, जलाओ मत, इसको सड़ा लो और उसको sadao, galao, and then you make it a good nutrient manure so that the next crop will be benefiting. And we hope that if this practice is continued by the farmer over a period of time, his input cost for wheat cultivation would definitely be reduced. Yeah.
And ma'am,
that's what here and now our technology is going to be.
Ma'am, can yield also rise because
yes. Yes, our own experimental farms, we have seen that the wheat yield has increased to almost 15%. And last year, with all the farmers that we have actually gone to their fields and did the demonstration, all those farmers have come out with the feedback that their yield has improved. The tillering capacity of the wheat has improved, the overall yield has improved, the vegetative growth has improved. So I believe that if this practice is continued for a period of time, overall it will be not only improving the yield of the next succeeding crop, whether it is wheat or chickpea. In certain areas in Rajasthan and all, in Rabi season, in winter season, chickpea is grown. So either chickpea or mustard or wheat, whichever is the Rabi crop which the farmer takes after paddy, that would be improved. And also, most importantly, I would say that the practice of burning will come to a standstill. I think that is very, very important.
Right. I mean, some countries, stubble burning is banned. In most advanced countries, you cannot clear your fields like this. It is banned. It's banned in some states like Punjab as well, and yet it happens, unabated. Now, what I would like to understand is, ma'am, that you said our sympathies should be with the farmer. I don't know, the opinion is split there, because it's important that they put food on our plate, but you can't choke us doing the same thing, saying that I don't have the means. The means are there, you have to make an effort. I can also say I'll just burn my trash. Why should I take the effort? It's easier. We can all take the easier way out, but somebody has to make an effort. We all have to make an effort. And many a times people look at the government for signaling, for them to understand, okay, this is the way we're going forward and this is what is supported by a government. Now, Mr. Gupta, I want to come to you. Clean fuels, the government is committed to it. The government is set for clean transportation fuel. We are looking at electric vehicles. Now, some people have said, what's the point of having electric vehicles if you're going to use electricity which is made by burning coal? Our power plants emit so many fumes. We're amongst the biggest greenhouse gas makers in the world. So at one point, we're increasing renewables. At the other side, we are incentivizing private players to get into coal. So many conflicting signals. I mean, and why aren't we seizing our here and now? You're saying, like gas, we have CNG stations in Delhi. And I remember as a cub reporter, about 20 years ago, the Sheila Dikshit government came and said, scrap all blue lines, no red line will run, we will only have CNG. There was panic on the roads. students, college students not able to go to school, go to college because the buses weren't running. Office goers just standing because there were no buses. Yes, there were hard times, but the entire fleet turned to CNG, and yet we're living in a gas chamber. Sometimes the effort you make is not paying off because you have an entire public transport as CNG, and then the government, successive government at the center, the Manmohan Singh government, kept on subsidizing diesel to such an extent that you started driving your diesel cars happily everywhere. The messaging has to be uniform. The idea has to be uniform. We have to go in one direction. Do we have a clear direction for clean transport fuel? Mr. Gupta, I request you to unmute yourself.
Apologies, yes. As a policymaker, and we work very closely with policymakers, for them, a key issue is also, energy. Where do they get energy and energy security? So yes, of course, Indian coal is one of the dirtiest coals in the world, and almost 65 to 68% of our electricity is still sourced from
coal-fired plants.
Coal and fossil-based plants
Fossil-based.
Includes gas. The kind of progress we've made on solar has been tremendous. So I would say yes, the aspirational goals are there, and as you mentioned, but the issue is one size does not fit all. The requirements for a city like Delhi, I'm a Delhi native, are different, and requirements for a city based in south could be different. A city based in closer to a port would be different. So it's all extremely contextual to the city which we are talking about. So one size will never fit all, and I am certainly in complete disagreement with the way electric vehicles are being promoted. At one point, we are giving 8,000 crores of subsidies on electric vehicles on the FAME 1, FAME 2. But the other factors which come into play are energy security. I was speaking at the ISW event last year, and there was a representative from Hero Group, and who mentioned that almost 80% of components for an electric two-wheeler still come from China. So we've got to be pragmatic. We cannot just have a singular focus कि जो भी होगा देखा जाएगा हमें इसी direction में जाना. It doesn't work out that way. We've got to have city specific approaches. We need to have, okay, if natural gas is viable for Gujarat because the pipelines are closer to that, let's go for natural gas there. Okay, if a city has a very well entrenched setup for electricity, and let's focus on 10 cities in a state, let's go for electric there. If a city is mapped wonderfully well with the LPG pipelines, let's go for autogas LPG there. If it's closer to Nagpur or areas wherein we have good supplies of biofuels, which will make it viable, let's go for it there. But to say, okay, whether it's a town which is in rural Bihar, or whether it's in civil lines in New Delhi, electric is the solution, that doesn't work. So that's my contention, that we need to have tailor-made and customized solutions if we are willing to make a difference in air quality almost immediately. One size will never fit all.
Okay, one size doesn't fit all. Vatsal, can you talk to us about the solar solutions? Like, on an industrial basis, we already have our target set, right? The Indian government has already set a target. I think it's 450 gigawatts of renewable energy.
It's 100 gigawatt till 2022. Yeah.
Yeah, but in 2030, I think we have our target to be around closer to 450
we have
gigawatts.
increased.
Yeah, but we're getting on course to do that. Now, there's one thing that we have solar farms, we have on industrial level, good adoption of solar energy, and for a sunny country like ours, why not? How can we bring it down to normal people? Can normal people like us who live in cities benefit out of this? Because, I went for a holiday to Mauritius and I saw so many solar geysers. Nearly every house had a solar geyser. I have not seen a solar geyser in Delhi. So, I mean, to the common man, how does this percolate down?
Anisha, could you please repeat the last line because there was some technical glitch? I couldn't
So
understand it.
my question is, how does the power of solar energy trickle down to the common man? I know on an industrial level, solar parks, etc., will contribute to the grid, but can I benefit out of it? Can I save my energy costs? Can I reduce my own carbon footprint?
Okay, so I'll explain it something to you. So there are three types of solar we are working in the industry right now. One is the on-grid solar systems, one is the off-grid solar system, and the third is hybrid. Earlier, as I've already mentioned earlier, that the systems were very expensive, and now they have come down to almost 80%. The common man can definitely go and apply for the solar system and get it commissioned at his residence as well. Now, talking about the on-grid systems are those where the government has given you the mechanism where you can, export the extra produced electricity to the government and take it back. Earlier, it was only limited to the commercial projects, and now it is limited to everybody. Like wherever, if I have a residential project, whether if I have any NGO working, if I have any office, if I have any industry, it is practically viable for everyone. If I wish to install a 1 kilowatt system at my farmhouse, it will still be viable if I install a 1000 kilowatt project for my factory. So the prices, when we talk about the investment levels, yes, when the more the capacity, the more the pricing we're gonna liquidate, obviously. So if you have a smaller capacity and if your requirement as well is the small, so you need to invest a very small amount, which will be returned, which will be recovered in say 2 to 3 years. And I think that's a very fair enough investment if you ask me, because getting an IRR internal rate of return of say 17% or 18% is a phenomenal return, because the solar works for minimum 25 years, and we need to understand that whatever the
Yeah,
investments you are doing
but
currently,
is there
it will take 2 to
awareness?
3 years. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but Vatsal, is there awareness about this? Like how do you go ahead? I may want to get my solar system, maybe if nothing else, a solar geyser only. And I understand the government is now incentivizing by giving subsidies as well. Who do I contact? Should I
Right.
go to my RW? Because most of the time the RWs don't know. They're not mobilizing people to do this. Who should I approach? I mean, I can't go to the government. I mean, there's so much. I mean, it's a maze.
Anisha,
There. So
I think the best way is to Google like which are the EPC companies around you, and they will surely help you out. Google has helped you out in many ways. So there are hundreds of companies in every city. You take the name, and there will be a solar company for sure working in that area. So yes, the subsidy has definitely helped out putting down the prices. So I'm from Jaipur, and we have been into this industry since 5 years, and we have actually seen the changing trends in the mindsets of the people. Earlier, the solar was expensive. We don't wish to put it up. हमारा क्या होगा? We don't know. क्या हम लोग ने जो investment किया है वो वापस हमें मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा? So these sort of problems were always there. But once the industry, once the people started investing into solar and they saw the direct benefit from the very first month, so the awareness automatically spread it. So I think that helped out the whole industry, and obviously we can see that change happening. If you talk about Rajasthan, Gujarat, Chennai, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Haryana, all these states have been promoting solar a lot, and yes, there is a lot of awareness if you ask me.
all right. So that's really heartening. Gaurav, for you, for Honeywell, how do you view the air purification market? Do you see this fund is still growing, or do you think that all these solutions and newer age technologies that are coming up with a lower carbon footprint would perhaps, see that going ahead, we'll have cleaner air and perhaps not be using so many air purifiers? How do you see your market?
The market is definitely growing. I would say that's a simpler answer to it. The market is definitely growing. There's a need for air purification products, and I don't see that going down anytime soon. Although the point which I would say Vatsal touched upon, how can we make this technology affordable to more people? How can they afford it at every nook and corner of the country? And that's when the acceptability, or people, these solutions get used in volumes, right? So right now it is only affordable to, let's say, the niche segment of people. The bigger challenge for us is how can we make it more affordable to the mid-level or the next level or the larger market. So, but then having said that, I definitely feel there's a huge potential out there in terms of air purification. The market is just starting to open up. Unfortunately, the awareness around air quality or the air pollution is a 3-month affair most of the time. If you see, towards the Diwali it starts, and then I think around December or January it kind of subsides. We talk about AQI being 1,000 or AQI being over 900, but no, even an AQI of 100 is hazardous. And if you see, most of the cities, the AQI is around 200 or 300 throughout the year. So the problem is there throughout the year. It's only that we raise an alarm when it is 1,000. Okay, so
That is true.
awareness is
But Gaurav, isn't the air quality of most of the South Asian cities, like even a Singapore or a Hong Kong, be pretty similar, right?
Yeah, we're pretty similar. If I go to let's say the data in the northern part of the country, if you go back to that, let's say Delhi was supposed to be the most polluted city, but then after a year or two, we saw that Lucknow, Kanpur, and Agra, these places were even more polluted. What changed in those 2-3 years? Is it that something drastically different happened in these cities? No, it's only that they started monitoring the air quality only during that point in time. Yeah. So if you have, the first step is creating awareness where where people know themselves that yes, this is a problem. They acknowledge that this is a problem. They accept that there is a problem, and then then what is the solution I have, right? So the first step is a difficult one right now in India. Yeah.
So what you're saying is that the problem is around the year, and you need a solution which is also around the year.
Exactly.
We only raise our alarm during winter, but the problem stays around the year, and you have a ready solution for around the year. Dr. Annapurna, you've heard some of our speakers here talk about the technologies that are that we have now. They can change the way we live, reduce our carbon footprints. Now, the whole problem about stubble burning has only started over the last 4-5 years. Honestly, my daughter is 8 now. When she was a baby, I used to take her to so many parks in the winters, Lodi Garden, Deer Park. It was bright, beautiful, clean. And my son is 4. I have never taken him to a park in the winters because it's smoggy. Something changed 5 years back. I believe the stubble was being burnt, for the longest time. Only the timing of the burning has changed. Now, I want to understand the timing has changed because the law has been brought in. Now, that's where, again, I go back to the signaling by the policymakers. Punjab farmers are using 4,000 liters of water to produce a quintal of rice. Is it worth it? If you will signal, I will give you an MSP, they will sow it. 40 years ago, our dada dadis were having bajra and jowar. Bajra and jowar today is superfood. Why? Because we are giving MSP for rice and wheat. I don't think there are many rice eaters in Punjab. It goes all over the country. When the signaling has to be better. You can produce all the solutions you have. We need signaling. How important is the government signaling for this study composer as well?
See, the question of why the stubble burning started just about 4-5 years back is very relevant for the simple fact that it's like a vicious circle, I would say, being in the agriculture sector, because breeders will be breeding varieties which are suitable, which are high yielding, and which are suitable for some agroclimatic conditions. Like for example, in Punjab, all the varieties, especially, see, the problem of stubble burning is with the non-basmati variety, not the basmati variety. Why? Because for non-basmati variety,
there is no MS. There is MSP only for non-basmati, right?
Yeah, it's not question of not only MS, but there is other components also. Like the machinery which is used for harvesting came into the existence. People started promoting those combined harvest and all that. Not happy seeder, but the combined harvest. Now, once you use a machine to harvest the paddy crop, there will be the machine's lower part is designed in such a way that it will leave about a foot of the stubble in the field. Whereas earlier people used to harvest just by hand harvest. Yes. So they will be cutting the stubble right almost at the knot of the So then you don't have this stubble burning for the simple reason that any field operation the farmer can do with ease for the next crop. Now, when the stubble is standing almost a foot high, for him to carry out any field operation like running a disking or even then drying using a seeder for seeding the crop, that all becomes little cumbersome and problematic. That's the reason why he is now resorting to the burning. Only because in the last 4 5 years, these varieties have come, which are being harvested using the machinery, which leaves the stubble almost a foot high, has made the farmer into this kind of a situation where he has to get the field free, and for them the easiest way is to go. This is the simple this thing, not really of MSP or any other thing, but this is one biggest reason. And of course, all the other reasons like what you talked about MSP is also an additional factor. But because you are breeding, the breeders give you long varieties, long duration varieties. That means, so if the long duration varieties are sown, then it is eating into the time of wheat sowing. So if the paddy
all
is
that is
harvested,
fine.
the wheat is
No, ma'am, what I'm saying is, the green revolution is about a few decades old. Before that, we were not having so much rice in Punjab, right? The green revolution saw overexploitation of the groundwater, and hence these varieties are brought in so that that would stop. You can just stop growing these kind of plants. Why are you sourcing all your rice from Punjab? Source it from somewhere else. No? Source it from West Bengal. The yield is so low there. Perhaps they'll be incentivized to improve the productivity. We have to feed a nation of 130 crores. Climate change is here and now. If we don't improve yields, we will not have food on our plate. I mean, first we have bad air, then we'll have no food. You cannot say that 4,000 liters of water for rice is fine.
Yeah.
Come on, you got to maximize every resource.
That's
what
the
I'm
reason.
saying, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, the government is signaling, please stop MSP or please stop procuring so much from Punjab. It's not the only state that grows rice in our country. If they find something else, perhaps they grow something else. Perhaps they won't burn the stubble. Perhaps they find solutions. It is the signaling.
That signaling is going on, but the acceptance from the farmer side will take some time. It's not that you do it this year and they'll in a jiffy they will agree to everything, because they are getting their money worth back. So they won't leave rice cultivation unless you stop the water, because they realize water table has risen. They won't have much water. And another thing is that the water in the paddy is being cultivated that is an irrigated crop. So they're not dependent on rains or anything like that. They have irrigation channels. So they are using that for the paddy cultivation. With lot of cajoling, with lot of government pressures, people are talking to farmers and asking them to diversify their agriculture cultivation. Don't go for rice and wheat system. Grow something else. So like you grow soybean, you grow something else during the Kharif season and go to the wheat field. But then that acceptance will take some time for the farmers, because the farmer says, मैंने अगर चावल कल्टीवेट कर लिया तो मेरा जो है पूरे साल का निकल जाएगा. वो तो उसी से चीज से बॉदर करता है. उसको ये पता है कि अगर सोयाबीन वो ग्रो करता है, जब तक सोयाबीन के मिलिंग सोर्सेस पास में नहीं होंगे, सोया प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स नहीं होंगे, तो सोयाबीन कहाँ बिकेगा मार्केट में. राइस तो धड़ाधड़ बिक जाता है.
मैम वही मैं कह रही हूँ, सिग्नलिंग की ही बात होगी. अगर मुझे पता है कि मेरे पास कस्टमर है तो मैं वही करूंगा ना. तो मेरा आपसे ये सवाल है मैम, माय क्वेश्चन इज the innovation that you've got, which is the Pusa decomposer, will this also need signaling for broader acceptance? We've seen happy seeders and farmers aren't happy. There are so many solutions that are made to our circumstances, which are not being the pickup is not great. We still see stubble being burned. So I'm just trying to understand the greater acceptance of Pusa decomposer. Is it going to come from the farmer? Is it going to come as in the carrot and stick, the stick policy from the government? Is it going to be signaling? Is it going to be incentive? How is this going to work? Since when do you have this decomposer? Why haven't we used it so far?
We have got this decomposer in the last 1 year, 1.5 years rather, where we had to validate it in the farmer's fields. And farmer will believe only if it is done in his field and he gets the good results. Otherwise, just by whatever kind of incentive you give, they are not all that ready and easy to accept any technology for that matter. So we have aggressively gone into Punjab and Haryana villages to show them in their own field that if you put this, the degradation will start, and then after the degradation you can easily carry out your next crop preparation, and that will also help for the next crop. Only once he started seeing it and believing it, then only the farmers. Now this year we have such a huge demand of this Pusa decomposer capsule that we honestly we are unable to cater to all that demand. And it's not, and this burning issue Anisha, is not just in Punjab or Haryana, though the fact remains that it is highlighted for the simple reason that Delhi is getting so much of pollution, and Delhi feels that it is the adjoining areas, adjoining farming sectors which are responsible for it. There are in certain parts where rice is grown, and there rice is grown twice in a year. There also the burning event takes place. West Bengal, burning event takes place. Orissa, burning event takes place. But it's not highlighted there at all for the simple reason that it is still in a lower this thing. Here, because
it disperses in the
it
atmosphere.
disperses in the atmosphere. Here, because winter sets in, everything in the air, it's settles. It doesn't percolate. So that is one reason.
Right,
why
but
it
the
has
thing
been
is, ma'am, if this Pusa decomposer is adopted all over in our country, then our greenhouse emissions themselves will go down, because we will not be burning biomass. And as you know, a country that is agreed to the Paris Agreement, we have our commitments there as well, and this will definitely help. We hope that the production will increase many times. It's a fungi, and I hope we'll be able to replicate.
We have licensed this to companies, so the companies, once they start their production, I'm sure they will be able to meet the demand of the farmers also.
Great, this is definitely great news. Vatsal, for solar, there was an earlier participant in this e-conference today who raised a few doubts about how solar panels, etc., can be recycled, but it's really sustainable in the long term. Could you add your comments there?
I'm really sorry. I think there's some technical issues from my end. Again, if you can repeat it.
Yeah,
I think my network is not working properly.
Yeah, but so the question I have is, one of the speakers who joined us earlier in this session said that we must adopt solutions that are sustainable in the long term. He raised doubts about solar panels and the PV equipment to use, on how it can be degraded, naturally into the earth once its utility is done. And it may be 20, 30 years from now, but is it completely sustainable?
See, I completely agree with the viewpoint, because what happens is, after 25 years, see, as on date, if you see the manufacturers, they're giving you the warranties of 25 to 30 years, but nobody knows what's going to happen after that. So what the current industry is working on is that how to recycle those modules back again to life, and giving them a sustainable life back again, and maybe they can be sold back again into the markets. And this is one of the major issues that the industry will eventually face. I personally feel that. And I don't think so. Using solar is a lot of problem, because see, yes, there has been a lot of debate on should we really go solar, should we really go to the wind, because there are a lot of problems when we are talking about the raw material being used while manufacturing the solar products, whether it is solar modules, whether it is solar inverters. I'm sure even Mr. Gaurav would agree to this, because a lot of our products which are being made in China, or maybe India or Germany, a lot of raw materials which we use today have some issues when we are manufacturing it. So as far as the sustainability is concerned, I think half of your life has been given by solar. So I think that's fair enough to justify that statement, that 25, 30 years, if a product is working for you, at least it's working well for you, but then eventually we'll try and recycle it. So that's the whole idea the industry is working on right now.
Gaurav, how hopeful are you that within these next 10, 15 years, we will find a solution to, repurpose or reuse these products, which are, the solar PV cells, or, what equipment that you use, and the raw materials that you use for your air purifier? Will they be completely degradable? Will they be sustainable?
Yeah, if I could talk about purifiers, there are two sets of raw materials that generally get used. There are two types of purification, I would say, technologies available. One is an active and another one is a passive technology. In a passive technology, what happens is you generally use uh, uh, a cloth-based or a polyester fiber-based filter. That's what probably you're using at your home. Um, it's good. It turns out to be more economic and all those things, everything fine. But then over a period of time, end of life, what you do, you have to dispose that off. And when you dispose that, what do you do with the plastic? You either burn it or you bury it. In both cases, you're again
It's
adding
not
to.
sustainable.
It's not sustainable. So the second solution, when we do an active filtration, we do have certain solutions which is not totally made up of aluminum and uh, end of life you can just recycle it. Okay, you don't have to worry about you know, burning it or burying it, which actually adds to the problem which we're going to solve, right? So that's not going to happen. So in the active technology we do have those solutions which are more sustainable, which end of life are not going to create any carbon footprints as such. Yeah, there are both options available, but the more economic option would be going in for a normal cloth based or a polyester fiber based media filtration, which yes will be economic, but then yes, it's not sustainable. I would say it is going to add to your carbon footprints because again it's made of coal and polyester fibers ultimately.
All right, Mr. Gupta, we wanted to come to you. While you have said that EV vehicles sound very cool, Tesla makes very fancy electric cars, and everyone now aspires for a Tesla abroad, right? So it's very cool. And husband also keeps saying, "Your car is so old. Why don't you buy a new one?" I'm like, "No, I'll buy when a nice electric vehicle comes." सबके साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे आप आजकल की गाड़ियों को क्यों लेना तो what's your solution, what's your here and now solution? You can use LPG, you can use CNG, so why isn't it being happening at a scale in India?
I wouldn't say it's not being used. It's being used, Anisha, but the issue is too little, and too little, and I wouldn't say too late, because India is a country of 130 crore people, and as you mentioned, you need to have, and I think somebody else on the panel also mentioned about, you mentioned about why not grow paddy in West Bengal. So so my analogy relates exactly to the same thing. Delhi CNG has been partly successful, but if you look at 2.5, PM 2.5, nobody really talks about PM 2.5. The visible smog because of CNG reduced, and the diesel issues, there was a legacy of diesel issues, which you also mentioned, Anisha, when you talked about the huge subsidy on diesel, and literally every other car purchase was a diesel vehicle, and you had right from Daimler-Benz to BMWs to even Maruti, all changing their product lines to primarily
diesel.
Yeah. So now all that has changed, and today the fuel quality, if you look at the BS6 fuel, whether it's any vehicle, because the quality of air is directly proportional to the kind of fuel which you put in. So if we put in good fuel, and BS6 fuel is really good today. So, but we need to see, for example, for Delhi, CNG is so well entrenched. I think CNG will make a good sense in Delhi, but electric, but again, I would say for Delhi, the issue is not just transport. The issue is, of course, the paddy issue. And I'm actually very convinced with your point which you made, that it is essential for government to really go overboard and just spend a percentage of FAME 1 and FAME 2 funding of 8,000 crores, 10,000 crores to compensate the farmers. I know it's not easy because farmers.
But we already have a clean energy cess, and we already paying out of our nose for coal. You have a clean energy cess, right? I'm saying how can I'll compensate by this, I compensate by this. यहाँ से लेकर वहाँ, वहाँ से लेकर यहाँ. I mean, ऐसे कैसे चल सकता है?
But in a country
आप
like India, Anisha,
एक vision दो. I mean, what I'm saying is we need a vision. Now, I may be too lazy to buy a new car. I'm waiting for the electric car. I'm waiting for the infrastructure. Maybe it's easier for me to just convert my car into an LPG or a CNG, right? But if it would make sense for me, I'd do it. If the government says do this, I'll make it worth your while, I'll do it. It's part of the signaling, right? So where is that signaling?
Absolutely. I think you make a very good point. The key point is for the government to get the messaging right. They shouldn't say, okay, the EV is the way to go, that CNG is the way to go. They need to have a fair market, open market, that we will support all clean alternate fuels. We will support auto LPG. We will support CNG. I'll give you a small statistic. Electric vehicles today, it's heavily subsidized. But you know what? The CNG conversion kit and the LPG conversion kit is taxed at 28%. The fuel itself, LPG, is taxed at 18% under GST. So it's like penalizing people to use cleaner fuels like CNG and LPG, which is an incorrect messaging which government has pushed.
So why is that happening? Why is the government saying that e-vehicles is our future?
There are several reasons, and we're trying to talk to the government. And because the messaging, it also, what happens with the OEMs when you go to Maruti, they want to launch OEM LPG vehicles. They want to launch Hyundai wants to launch vehicles, but they share with us the concerns which they have, that if government is hell-bent on only introducing electric vehicles, and they're going to have a regulatory environment which will not support CNG or LPG, then the messaging is extremely wrong. Because today, if Maruti launches LPG variant, a WagonR, and promotes it proactively with the kind of fuel savings we have on petrol, we have a 50% fuel savings. All of us will absolutely.
These fuel savings are just cost, or are these emission savings? What savings are these?
Fuel savings, the cost savings.
Cost
Emissions,
savings.
of course, every gaseous fuel will be very clean, because gaseous fuels will never have any PM. So you will never see any smog issue, which you see in there. Any smog issue will be non-existent. I'll give you a very interesting statistics. LPG is the world's third most used automotive fuel after petrol and diesel. South Korea does 4 million tons a year. Turkey does almost 4 million tons a year. And I can name so many other countries. And you know what? India is at 19th position, I think, today. And the kind of volumes we are doing is 0.4 million tons. We're doing 10% of the volumes which South Korea does. And South Korea is
is this because we don't produce our own gas? We are generally dependent on imports for gas. Is this one of the reasons? Because honestly, we also are dependent on imports of petrol and diesel. For that, the government doesn't have any, signaling problem. Please come and invest in our strategic petroleum reserves. When we want to have clean transport, I'm not understanding the signaling at all. Please invest in petroleum reserves, but we want EVs in the future. What are we going to do with the petrol then?
Anisha, India consumes about 24 million tons of LPG. And you're partly right. We had legacy issues, which I'll just share. Out of 24 million tons of total LPG consumption, which about 22 million tons or more is domestic sector. And out of the total 24 million tons, we produce almost 50%, and we import the balance 50%. However, the legacy issue was India when we used to talk to policymakers 10 years earlier, the issue was India mein domestic consumption ke liye to LPG hai nahi, and you're asking us to promote it for auto LPG. But what had happened after 2014, when Mr. Modi introduced Ujjwala scheme, it immediately jumped. Today, 98% of Indian population has access to
LPG gas cylinders.
LPG gas because of Ujjwala. But what happened because of that? Huge import terminals were created. And parallelly, US shale gas started production in 2014. So the prices of LPG have fallen from $1,200 a ton to almost $300 to $400. So the narrative has changed completely, Anisha. So you're absolutely right that legacy issues were there, and that was the reason why LPG did not pick up as much, because it was not as cost competitive. But now energy security is so tremendous in LPG. We have supplies coming in from US. US is a very key partner for India for import of LPG. and you have
But it's
LPG
still
coming.
important, so Yash, you have a COVID, you have your supply lines hit, and then where's the gas? Again, you get into that conundrum because it is not produced locally. You know, it is still imported.
No other
Should
fuel is
you?
no fuel is imported, and if Korea doesn't produce as much LPG, Japan doesn't produce as much LPG, so this is an intermingled world, you know, where we supply products, we have to import products. You know, Poland and so many countries in Europe, they're all LPG countries, and they're very clean, but they do not produce LPG. So the narrative of India, it's about whom we are sourcing from. Are we okay? Okay, for example, the electric narrative, Anisha, which you mentioned, all the mines, and Honorable Minister for Road Transport is on record saying this in Lok Sabha, or I think Rajya Sabha, that China has already purchased most of the resources available globally for lithium, for for almost
The rare earths.
and almost all the global mines. So the risk for India to go completely electric is much more, because we are banking hugely on China, and China control resources. But if we go,
Which is not really good.
oh,
I mean,
absolutely. So
we don't know how much we can rely on that.
again on this, and let's see, you know, what happens. But energy
So
security.
Suyash, how do we then get more people to switch to LNG? I was reading a report that said that if you have a motorcycle and you get the LPG conversion kit, it's a cost of 5,000 to 6,000 rupees. But you make up that cost in no time because the fuel price is so much lower. How to get more people to take it up if there is no signaling, if there is no big plan? For me, in my little micro world, how do I make it more popular?
Absolutely. We, you know, in our representations to the ministries, one of the first wish list items is not any specific demand, but to just ask them that please talk about autogas. It's such a great fuel, but if you do not talk about autogas, if you just talk about electric, you talk about ethanol, you talk about biodiesel, you talk about A, B, C, D, E, and you do not talk about auto LPG, the narrative changes, because the messaging which a customer gets is completely different. That ठीक है, but government is talking about electric, and I will go the electric way because वो future है. वो future आएगा कि नहीं आएगा, कि 20 साल बाद आएगा, 30 साल बाद आएगा, कि हम लोग तब तक दिल्ली की एयर क्वालिटी में रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे, उसको देखने के लिए nobody talks about that.
So we need a here and now solution. Dr. Annapurna, for the Pusa decomposer, you said that you've already licensed it to two companies. How hopeful are you about its uptake in the coming year? Say, not the wheat season, but the next paddy one. To what extent do you see the adoption? Is it cost competitive for the farmers? Do you think the farmers will give it a go on their own without a carrot and stick policy? Dr. Annapurna, I'll request you to please unmute yourself.
Sorry. I'm very hopeful that the farmers will take it up positively, because this season, with the help of the Delhi government, IRA has taken it to a large number of farmers in the Delhi surrounding areas, and the results are proving good. So I'm sure the farmers of other states, especially Punjab and Haryana, will take it up. So if that is the case, then it will be taken up by the farmers. You'll have to excuse me. My director is calling. I'll get back to you.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll come back to you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Gaurav, you said that the pollution problem is actually year-round, and we're only talking about it in the winters. Are people in other cities like Chennai or Mumbai that don't really see a lot of pollution problem buying air purifiers if it is a year-round problem and they see it as a problem?
Yeah, I would say this. It is the same throughout the country. Of course, the Chennai, cities like Chennai or Mumbai are lesser polluted compared to Delhi, but it's not that they're not polluted. If you look at the standards, if you look at the AQI levels, even in Mumbai, it's pretty bad. Okay, throughout the year, there are certain areas in Mumbai also where the AQI levels are really bad. But again, it boils down to awareness. Do they know how bad it is for them. How do we create awareness? That's been the biggest challenge for me and the company as well, which we're trying to address, where we create awareness amongst people. Uh, it's like, okay, for instance, in Delhi, I remember talking to a set of people, and they were like, Gaurav, you were talking about good indoor air quality. You'll put some solutions. You'll solve my problem at home or at my office, but I have to go out, right? I anyways go out and breathe, dirty air. So
Why should I
isn't
breathe
it
clean air at home?
yeah, isn't it that I'm already immune to breathing dirty air? Nothing's going to happen to me. These kind of things come up, right? So I use a very, very crude analogy there. I just tell them, imagine you smoke a pack of cigarettes daily. What would happen to you? Instead of smoking a pack of cigarettes, you bring it down to one cigarette a day. No, it's only going to help you, right? So yeah, the awareness is still a big problem. And yeah, we talk about stubble burning, we talk about clean fuel, but yes, another aspect of it is a lot of infrastructure coming up, right? What has happened over the last
Construction does.
construction, a lot of construction, last 10 years or so, you see a lot of
And that
construction
will
around.
go on, Gaurav, given
Yeah.
the state of where our economy is and the way it's growing. You can't stop construction. It's
You
going to
cannot stop
happen,
it.
right?
Yeah, it'll
So,
happen.
there was once a pulmonologist who told me that all day you may inflict your lungs with the harshest air, but come home and breathe clean air. It helps your lungs to, recuperate from what the onslaught they have suffered all day. So this is what I want to understand. Is there an awareness about this? Are people willing to do this, not just in Delhi, but elsewhere in our country?
I would say very few people are aware and are willing to take steps towards towards this. Some of them who are aware, like you said, like Shreya said, you're already using a purifier at home. He's using a purifier at home and probably his office as well. So people who are aware and have used certain solutions to tackle this problem know about the difference when the solution was not there and when now you're using the solution. You will definitely feel a difference when you wake up in the morning. Once you have an air purifier, you'll definitely feel a difference when you didn't have it earlier, right? So but again, it's only a few people, I would say a very, very minuscule percentage of people who are aware or who are deciding to take action on this, but not a lot of them, probably under 10% is what I would say.
All right. I'm going to start taking a few closing comments. Vatsal, I want to start with you. Now, for the solar solutions that exist, your company does provide them. Who is going to remain your focus going ahead? Are you going to focus on the large commercial, industrial solutions, or do you think the retail solutions will be important at all? Why I'm asking is, does it make sense for me to go in for, calculate the ROI, when I'll break even, when I'll do the savings on a retail basis, or should I just hope and pray that, it'll all go on the grid, and when it all goes on the grid, the cost will come down, makes life easier for everyone without me having to make the effort. What are you focusing on? The industrial large-scale solutions or the retail small-scale solutions?
So Anisha, as far as the business is concerned, obviously everyone would want to go into the volumes, and I would obviously would want to go for the industrial cap. But talking about being a responsible businessman as well at the same time, there is no harm going on for the smaller projects as well. So smaller, if I'm talking about the residential projects, which are 5 kilowatt, 10 kilowatt, any capacity of the solar plant will give you this almost the same amount of return on investment, and it will save the carbon footprints, the amount of capacity that you're installing at your rooftop or whether it's on the ground mounted. So I would definitely request everyone to go solar, or maybe you install a wind plant, maybe a solar, go for bio, anything which can save the environment. It will surely give you a return on investment and on your future as well. So that's the whole and sole target that we are targeting anyone and everyone. Whosoever is using electricity should go on the renewable one rather than going for the conventional one.
All right. Dr. Annapurna, I'm taking some closing comments, and you were talking about, how you're looking at the upkeep of the Pusa decomposer. Ma'am, in your closing comments, what would you like to say? Do you think that the stubble burning menace, not just in the states close to Delhi, but elsewhere in the country, will also see a decline, and which will be at scale quickly?
Yeah, I definitely feel that there will be a decline in that, But then for that, both the policymakers have to take a tough stand, and also the farmers have to be convinced that they have an alternative to burning. So with these two approaches, I'm sure stubble burning will see the number going down. And of course, the capsules or whatever technology like Prusa decomposer that we have produced, that should be available at the time when the farmer needs. So many a time the farmer has this grouse that they don't get the material when it is required by them. Like they don't get the seed in time, they don't get the fertilizer in time. So similarly, if they don't get Prusa decomposer in time, then it's not their fault. They'll say, okay, हमें मिला नहीं
I'll
इसलिए
just
हमने
burn.
burn कर दिया.
So,
So
ma'am,
bonus lies
who is
on
good
us.
on us? I mean, who can the farmer take into confidence here? So he must be going to X person or Y person when he has to buy seeds, when he has to buy fertilizers. Will these X and Y people be the ones who will then promote the decomposer? Who is he going to trust?
See, if the policy comes that along with the seed, like they are giving the fertilizers, if the Prusa decomposer sachet is also given to them, I think that also will make it very easy for the farmer to take it up. Otherwise, aggressive promotion from the government sector should also come into play. Then only the farmers will be reached. Because however much we try as an institute, we really can't reach the nick and corner of the country. That's one thing that we have realized in the last 1.5 years. We try so much to go to the farmers' field, but then we can't be there everywhere. So I guess there has to be an intervention by the government and also by the extension workers, specifically the KVKs, where they can promote this technology or any technology which comes which is useful for the farmers, and of course for the Prusa decomposer.
All right. So Yash, in your closing comments, what would you like to say for cleaner fuels? What should be India's way forward?
First, before before my closing comments, so Vatsal, I'm using 10 kilowatt solar power, and I'm very happy. I'm not paying any electricity bill, literally. So, and
I think Anisha, you have the answer. I think Mr. Suyash has already given you the answer.
Mr. Suyash, are you using it for your factory? Or are you using it for your home?
I'm using it for my home. I have a 10 kilowatt connection at my home, and extremely recommended. Every household must have a solar connection at home. It saves you money. It's of course, and we become, we contribute to the nation, not in terms of bad air quality, but in terms of making the air cleaner. So coming back to your question, Anisha, with my closing comments, yes, India, the intent is clear. The intent is good. And there is absolutely no question on the intent of this government. But, there is no one size fit all solution available for country. B, we need to look at customized solutions for each and every region in the country. West will have different solutions. East will have different solutions. It depends on the local GDP as to what is an affordable solution for which part. But it is essential for us to have a fuel policy, not just from automotive angle, but generally in terms of what can be made available today in terms of immediately helping us to lower the AQI levels from 1,000 to at least a 3-digit number, but less than 100 number, two-digit number. And that should be our focus with those would be my my closing comments, that let's have low-hanging fruits first with an eye on all the bigger issues like energy security, because in case we do not have fuel, we do not have life is going to be very different, because the renewables are certainly but still they are less than 25% of the overall share of the country. So over to you, Anisha.
So we need a backup plan B as well. Right. Gaurav, in your closing comments, what would you like to say?
Yeah, I would like to say that we have already started creating awareness amongst all of us, and we need to continue doing this not just for the 3 months, but probably throughout the year. Including the government, we also need to play our part, right? To create awareness amongst our peers, amongst our customers, amongst people whom we know, right? So that's one part of it. But then from company side or from our end as a company, as Honeywell, we should look at making these air purification solutions more and more affordable and more sustainable. Is what we need to focus on. And the moment it becomes more affordable and more sustainable, I think that there's going to be a more acceptance, and a lot of people are going to use it throughout the country. Although if the problem is sorted out externally, nothing like it. So then we don't have to be there in this business, right? Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all the participants for sparing the time to come here and give us all hope that all of us can make a difference. We can make our own efforts, and the work is underway to improve our environment, to clean the air we are breathing, to ensure that we reduce our own carbon footprints. Mr. Yash Gupta, Dr. Annapurna, Vatsal Maheshwari, NS Gaurav, thank you so much for joining us today and sharing with us how technology and innovative solutions are coming forward to give a solution to all those who are looking for clean air, who are looking to make their lives sustainable in the years ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anisha.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you
Anisha.
so much. Thank you, Anisha, for hosting us. Thank you. And
Thank
you,
you.
everyone.
And we are going to we're going to conclude this session. We have the Good Air East Summit is an important one because clean air should be a fundamental right, which nobody should be denied. We at the IHW Council feel that we need to talk about this. We need to take steps. We need to do something about this, which is why we have made this effort to bring in experts who have been tracking this, and even spiritual leaders who have a message of clean air, of good karma, of doing the right thing, so that this message reaches everyone, that clean air should be a fundamental right, and we all have to make our own efforts to ensure that we do something about this so that our children have a better future ahead of them. We're going to close this session now, but we are going to be coming back at 5 p.m. today with our Youth for Good Air session. It's going to be an interesting one. We are seeing children today are very conscious about pollution, about not bursting crackers. They're making an effort, and we want to see and we want to thank these children, the youth. We want to show them the light so that they have that zeal in them, the encouragement to make a difference. We want to thank them and give them that assurance not to be disillusioned, feeling that perhaps the action is not going to happen at a higher level. At whatever level, whatever they're doing, it's worthwhile, it's commendable, and we'll be back at 5 p.m. For the Youth for Good Air session. Do join us again. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.